members of the President's Cabinet. I want to welcome members of the President's Cabinet.
We are still here at the grounds of the Capitol building. Like you've been following KMTV, we want to say welcome if you just joining us. Today is Monday and it's the 30th of January in 2023. And it's mandatory in the Constitution of Liberia that on the fourth working Monday, the President of Liberia, President George Weah, the President of Liberia, President George Weah, should address the nation on his developmental agenda, expenditure and income raised so far. And so today, the President will, at 4 o'clock, mount the podium on the grounds of the Capitol building in the John Chambers to address the Liberian people about his developmental agenda since his day one in 2018 to present. Today marks his sixth and final State of the Nation address. And just to inform you that today is not the fourth working Monday, it's the fifth, but then the first Monday falls on the holiday, and so we have to have it today on the fifth working Monday in January. So welcome if you're just joining us. This is KMTV. We are also live on our Android app. You can download KMTV Liberia from Android. I mean, that's not Android, but Play Store on your Android phone, and you will get on live. We are also streaming live on YouTube, and like you following us, the building is getting very huge. Government officials, members of the diplomatic corps are here. Lawmakers, directors and ministers have come to grace the occasion, and so any moment from now, within an hour, the President will hit the grounds of the Capitol building. But at 3:45, as the protocol demands, the President will be announced by the Sergeant Arm of the House of Representatives, and there will be a joint section, and that also demands by the Constitution of Liberia. The both houses will have a joint section the House of Representatives and that of the House of Senate. And in that section, as per the Constitution, the Speaker of the 54th Legislature will preside. And like the Constitution says, when the both houses meet, the Speaker should preside on over section. There you see in the head of police, that's 102, 100, Patrick Sudut. You see in the head of the Liberia Immigration Service is right beside him, and other dignitaries that I can see so far. Musa Dean, Prince C. Johnson, are also here, members of the diplomatic corps, ambassadors accredited to Liberia are here to grace the occasion. Many Liberians are very enthusiastic about the sixth State of the Nation address of the president. Some are saying, well, he been doing well, he will come back, and some are saying, no, there are lots needs to be done, and so this happens to be his final State of the Nation address. But now, in October of 2023, Liberians will be going to the polls to elect the new leaders. So it decides that decision will be made by the Liberian people comes October. So whatever you are, whatever think you're doing right now, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to KMTV. We'll be giving you all of the happenings here. The song you getting from the background is from the Armed Forces of Liberia Band. They have come to grace the occasion as well, amusing the guests that have started coming in. We were opportune to see Mama C. Kaba. She's one of the youngest female ministers in the country. We also managed to speak with Honorable Yake Kolva. Honorable Kolva is the representative of District number 10, Masterado County. We saw incoming Dr. Francis Kete. He's the head of the medical team in Liberia. We spoke with, in passing, the traditional chief of Liberia, Chief Zanzan Kawa. And we also managed to speak with Mr. Bobby Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield is the head of Watch Commission. And we were also opportune to speak with some other citizens in passing. So we'd love to say welcome. This is KMTV, and we are glad to be everywhere. That's the reason why we are right here on your screen. Arrival of guests, there you see members of the diplomatic corps, means ambassadors, accredited to Liberia, are here to grace the occasion. And I can see, there you see members from the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. Samoa Wolokoli is the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs, Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. Samoa Wolokoli, there you see. And I'm still managing to see if I can get a close look at some of those officials that have come to grace the occasion. But keep following KMTV. It's live on your screen. It's also live on YouTube, and you can download our app on. If you have an Android phone, you can use Play Store and download KMTV Liberia. You can also follow and get live the happenings here on the grounds of the Capitol building. As the Constitution of Liberia mandates in Article 58 of the Constitution, that on the fourth working Monday, the President should address the nation on his developmental proceedings or workings, and then expenditure and income made so far, and other governments, ministries and agencies working. Many Liberians are more focused on the agriculture ministry, and they said more needs to be done as it relates to agriculture, and they also talk about road connectivities. That is also paramount in the quest as it relates to the president address today. So we're to see and hear exactly what the president have to say. And so members from the Supreme Court of Liberia have just arrived in the joint chambers of the House of Representatives here on the grounds of the Capitol. And there you see them moving. The Chief Justice, Shannon here, is here, escorted by other Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of Liberia. They have come to grace the occasion. And so we stay right here. We will give you all of the happenings here as it unfolds. We'd love to say welcome. There you see the Chief Justice and other Associate Justices of the Supreme Court right here. And so we want to say again welcome to you. If you have just joined us, this is KMTV, and we are glad to be here and glad to be the mother of online television in Liberia. There you see the Minister of Internal Affairs. The members of the Ministry of Internal Affairs are right there. You see Minister D. Zioka Wilson is the Minister of Youth and Sport, Republic of Liberia. And so the Minister of Internal Affairs is Vani Salif. You saw him in our screen there. And the arrival of the House Speaker of the 54th National Legislature, Speaker Buffalo's Chambers, have arrived. There you see him with a smile on his face, neatly attired in a blue coat. And as protocol mandates, he will be presiding on today the joint section of the both houses. Because it says when the both houses meet in joint section, the Speaker presides, and so he will preside over the joint section today that is about to commence very shortly. And the joint section is intended to discuss issues as it relates to the President address, pending the arrival of the President that will be announced 3:45 by the Sergeant at Arms of the Honorable House of Representatives at 3:45. So the Honorable Speaker is in readiness. Any moment from now, the conviction that the joint section will start up, and the head and president of the Senate is the Vice President of Liberia, and of course the Senator Pro Tempore is the special eye and the special representative of the President. and so he there to work in the interest of the President of Liberia, the House of Senate. And so he will also come here. You see the Honorable House Speaker, their greetings, the Chief Justice and other justices of the Supreme Court. He's walking back to his seat. And of course, and so we stay here. Outside there is very colorful. Like I was just there, you were following. There's colorful schools of political groupings have come to grace the occasion. Seditians, other individuals from other political parties. If you can clearly look in the white suit is Representative Frank Safoko. He's the Honorable Representative of District 9, Montserrat County. He's here as well to grace the occasion. And of course, outside is colorful. You will see the traditional guys doing the traditional thing on the other side. You see the Christian community doing theirs on the other side. And you see political grouping doing theirs as well on the other side. And so it's very interactive, it's very colorful, it's very enthusiastic outside there. And of course, the momentum is getting very, very huge, it's growing. And many persons have come to listen keenly to the president, what he have to say, and what Liberians hope to achieve. Taking into consideration Liberia is at a crossroad, and is at a crossroad. In October, we'll be going to the polls for another elections. And so this State of the Nation address happens to be very key and cardinal to the president. And so he'll be telling Liberians his agenda as we move to these elections. What should Liberians hope for? What should Liberians take into considerations? What are those tangibles he has worked on over the first 6 years given him by the Liberian people? And as we move to this election, I'm of the conviction that he'll be asking Liberians to vote in second term. Just saying though, because the Constitution of Liberia gave him the opportunity and the privilege to serve 2 terms, and he can only serve 2 terms in office. And so many persons will say it's difficult for in Africa for a president to serve just 1 term. You know, it's almost it's more like a tradition now. And so the president will be telling us exactly his own agenda. What should Liberians expect as we move to these elections? And he will be going to the election as well. And so this a State of the Nation address happens to be very, very cardinal. It happens to be very, very important to him at the ruling government. There you see in tete-a-tete the speaker and the deputy speaker. The deputy speaker is Jonathan Fonati Kofa. They're having a close interaction. And very shortly, the joint section will commence, where the Honorable House Speaker will preside. And we stay here to follow the happenings. Members of other land ministry and agency have come to grace the occasion. Like you see, Minister Van Salif is from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You see there the Minister of Youth and Sport, the Zoga Wilson. Other lawmakers have come. The diplomatic side of it is very huge. It's growing up, and it's happening to be very colorful here. and so we are still here following the happenings. And so very shortly we will be joining our US based guys who will give their own side of it here. Cyrus Maggie is there in the United States of America. He'll be joining us very shortly to tell us exactly his own observation, cause his own take on the sixth State of the Nation address today. And so wherever you're joining us from, right there you see the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Samoa Wolokoli, joining us. I have come to grace the occasion. And so Cyrus, are you there? Can you come in now? You getting us?
People see I see the mayor Hardy, he be liking everything.
Cyrus, are you there?
No, yeah. They can come in.
Mr. Maggie, are you there? Can you come in?
And that's all the guys, African 54. He has
Okay, so we are still here. We're hoping he can join us. Cyrus Maggie is from the United States. He will join us very shortly to give his own analysis on the way things should be and the way it is right now. At 3:45, 4 o'clock, the president mounted the podium. By 3:45, he'll be announced by the Sergeant Arm of the Honorable House of Representatives, and he will walk in and be announced. That's 4 o'clock on the dot, and at which time he'll be telling the Liberian people exactly what are those encounters we have so far. And so we are still here. If Cyrus is there, Cyrus, I guess you listening, getting us. Can you come in? Okay, so we're still here. Beautiful songs been played by the armed forces of Liberia. They are doing very well here in amusing our guests that have arrived so far. And then the security system here is very tight. Scanning process is tight is very tight. And outside there you see the Jones security making sure that the grounds of the capital is well secured. The DEA, the PSU, the ERU, the AFL, and the immigration, and the rest of other security apparatus and security sectors have come to grace the occasion here and making sure that the grounds can be secure here as the president is expected to come in in a moment. And so the time is 29 minutes in Liberia past 3 o'clock. Like I said, and at 3:45, the president will be announced by the Sergeant Arm of the Honorable House of Representatives. And that is the protocol and is mandatory by the Constitution.
Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, the President of the Senate, and members of the Senate.
And of course, the President of the Senate, members of the Senate have just arrived. There you see the Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Madam Joel Howard Taylor. She's the President of the Senate. Following her is the Senate Pro Tempore Abachi.
Yes,
There you see before the Vice President is the Chief Protocol to the Vice President. Right behind the Vice President is the Senate Pro Tempore Senator Abachi. And the Vice President is in the close greetings with the House Speaker of the 54th Legislature, Speaker Buffer Chambers. And so, Charles, are you there? Can you come in if you're listening or getting us? And we're still here. We're managing to we're still here managing to see if our guys from the U.S. can join us to give their own analysis and to also give us their own expectation on the speech, the pending address by the president of Liberia. And so directly in our screen is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, Madam Joy Howard-Taylor, and on the right flank from where I sit is the Senate Pro Tempore Abache, and so he going to be having a closing tete-a-tete with the Speaker. And very shortly, the both houses will have a joint section pending the arrival of the President. And so there you see Senator Emmanuel Zoe Pena of Grand Gila County, Senator Tonola of Magibi County is also right there. You'll see Honorable the Senator of Nema County, Jeremiah Kong, neatly attired there in his white suit, and we still managing to get some of them that we can grab just quickly right here. And so we are seeing Milton Tiaje right there. They have all come to grace the occasion. Joseph Pato Jala, the newest senator on the block of Lofa County, is also right there. And so, fine, these are hierarchies from the justice system. Vani Saliv is the Minister of Internal Affairs. And there you see him. He's also right here. And of course, we are right here at the grounds of the Capitol. And right on the right flank, you see the Senator Darius DeLong, Montserrat County. Following Senator DeLong is Senator Janitor Porcha Sebwe. He's also here from Sino. They have all come, like I said, Zoe Emmanuel Pena is from Grand Gila County. He's a senator there from Grand Gila County. And with the conviction that very shortly the Jones section commence. Because that's the flame out there, like I said, is very colorful. You're seeing our guys doing a screaming well out there. Clement Toure. Clement is out there, so we will join Clement on the grounds of the Capitol outside to tell us exactly how is it out there as it stands.
So we're back again today. Like we said earlier on, today is the sixth of final annual message from the Liberian president in his first term of the presidency here into Liberia. Ambassador George Mane Sekosi Bekube Tape Weah. So you see on the banner right here, you see the State of the Nation's address or the SONA 2023. So today we're going to also be cataloging some of the promises of the Liberian Senate. Just to let you know, my name is Clement Toure. I'm the Senate assigned reporter for the Creative Mind Televisions or KMTV, as we are preferred to call. So behind the camera is the director of photography, Wapness. We have our technical team into the main chambers, or the John chamber of the Capitol building, or the legislature. We have our hard-working CEO and boss, CEO Randall Jackson, is at the background into our technical field, along with our manager for KMTV. We also have the man Josiah Weah. Josiah is our manager of KMTV, as well as our reporter from the lower house of representatives. We had Amos Thomas Momo. So my name is Clement Toure. So as you see on locals, you got beautiful displays of Liberian women. You got a beautiful display of cultural performances from both angles of the spectrum. You got security forces. They are all here into the regalia. They have the machetes as well for the secure. So they have come to provide full protection for today's address of the Liberian presidency from President George Mane Sekosi Begubet Tape Weah. You know, the name came about following a series of international community engagement from within the broad spectrum of the Liberian community in the 15 political subdivision of Liberia. So you see a beautiful display here, and they have the president. They have a shite bearing the photo of the president with the regalia of the CDC beret, and you see them. And they are dancing. They got successful Women United for the re-election of Ambassador George Weah. So they are here into their numbers as well. We also have beautiful displays of our old folks. Some particularly come from different spectrum of the divide. They are here as well. We got young women, we got elder women, and we got people from diverse, background of the society. So they have come, like we said today, we're going to be cataloging and analyzing the president address. We're going to be cataloging, analyzing the president address. So in the last 6 years, the president, Ambassador Weah, he provided some pillars or promises to the Liberian people when it comes to economic and job creation, when it comes to infrastructural development, and there are a lot of different things the president talked about. We hope to move that swiftly. We hope to move that swiftly and see how we can analyze some of the materials the president, some of the material the president talked about. So the president, as per NEMOT, Partners for Democratic Development, NEMOT, from Eddie Jaulo, he been tracking the president promises through institutions and other civil institutions across the country, civil society institutions. So they track about 92 promises that were tracked by this president or this government of CDC. CDC came to power since October 10 when they were elected, and subsequently became president in January of 2018. Since 2018, the president became president of Liberia, and there have been a lot of promises coupled with his community service deliverables into Liberia. So on pillar one, he said power to the people. The president said, I'm going to bring the presidency down to the people of Liberia, and to some extent, being a fair analysis here, the president has been moving from county to county, and that had displayed his openness, his willingness, to come down to the commoners of the people. But yet, much has not been done. Much wasn't done on the last 6 years in terms of power to the people. So let's be moving around and let's see. So you see, for example, the police here. You see, he's into his full gear. He got his you see security officers, security personnel, they are all here. So as per there's 2 promises that were tracked as power to the people. The 2 promises tracked, 13 were completed. One of those completed were his county tour, where he moved from one county to another. He toured counties across Liberia, and quite recently he concluded with visiting communities in Montserrat County, as well as rural communities, including Todi, including Bensonville, Harrisburg, Carisburg, as well as the Louisiana belt of Montserrat County. So let's see. Right here, you see the women are here with their Liberian flag. Probably they have come. They came here to show love for country. This is love for country. Some are partisans. Some come from different political spectrum, and some just ordinary Liberian that have come. Yeah, some are just ordinary Liberian that are here. So let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening out there. We don't know what's happening. Here comes an escort. This is an escort, but we don't know from which one of the government institutions. Probably this could be the presidential escort, because it's just okay. So it's just about 14 minutes to 4 o'clock. So immediately when it's 4 o'clock, the president have to be here. So this is a presidential escort arriving already ahead of the address. This is the presidential escort. You see it for yourself. You can see. And here comes the Liberian leader, the president. Here comes the president of the Republic of Liberia. And he's being escorted on a huge security protocol. You got security personnel now saluting the president upon his arrival.
Screen Weah right there on the grounds of the Capitol. You'll see in our screen the arrival of the president of the Republic of Liberia. There you'll see the security. Like I told you, the security system here is very, very tight. And the president, the Constitution, it mandates him to address the country the fourth working Monday in the month of January. Though today is not the fourth working Monday, it's the fifth, and it's because the first Monday was on a holiday, and so we have to do it today. And this is where we are. Very shortly, we will be listening for 2 or more hours, as the president will be telling us exactly what are those developmental agenda he have worked on over the years, and what should Liberians hope on and hope for as we move to these elections. Like I said, the John Chambers is jam-packed, very quiet. Everyone are very, very focused, very careful about what the president have to say here today as he manned the podium for an hour more or 2 hours or more here in the John Chambers of the House of Representatives here on the grounds of the Capitol building. My name is Amos Thomas Momo. As we move on, we'll be joining our guys in the United States of America, but we stay right here. And before the camera, you see the judiciary right here, the Ministry of Justice, officials from the Supreme Court of Liberia, Chief Justice Yanin Ye, and members of the judiciary have come to grace the occasion. She's with other justices that have come to grace the occasion here, and we are very, very careful. Like for those of you who are following, the chambers is very quiet, very quiet. Everyone, the way it is right now. And so beautiful songs is been played by the Armed Forces of Liberia Band, and so that's the attracting part of it, amusement. And this is the way it is here on every addresses made by the president. The Armed Forces of Liberia will come to amuse guests and the court of the Jones section.
President of the Republic of Liberia, President of the Senate, Honorable Senate Pro Tem of the Liberian Senate, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished honorable members of the 54th Legislature. I'm honored at this time to announce to you the 6th joint section of the 54th Legislature of the Republic of Liberia, January 30th, 2023. And now, therefore, this section is hereby called to order and is hereby so ordered.
Thank you very much. Honorable distinguished Vice President, Pro Tem, Deputy Speaker, esteemed members of the 54th Legislature, we have gathered here today for the sole purpose of receiving the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Weah Sr., to deliver his State of the Nation address. Hence, the Chair will entertain a motion for the body to convene in a joint legislative session for this sole purpose. We will now entertain a motion for this session to commence. Honorable Johnson Gueglo.
So the joint section have been called to order by the Chief Clerk of the Honorable House of Representatives. He has been deputized, though he's not well. And of course, we wish him speedy recovery.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues,
You listen to the Speaker, and he called for motion now.
Honorable Professor Johnson N. Guaiklo, Representative Electoral District Number 9, Nimba County, and Chairman, House's Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration, do hereby move, if I can obtain a second, that the legislature convenes in a joint session, legislative session, for the sole purpose of receiving the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Weah Sr., to deliver to this body his State of the Nation address. I so move.
So the motion
entertain a
has been
second.
moved by
The Right Honorable
Johnson
Boto
Gueglo
Kano
of
of
County,
Baplu.
and the motion now need to be seconded.
I, Senator Boto Kane of Bapolu County, do hereby obtain a second.
Without restating the motion, are you ready to vote? All those in favor, make it known by saying yea. Those against, nay. Make it known by saying nay. Abstain, those abstain stand. With the yea motion, with the yea vote, the motion carried.
And so
We will
the
now
motion has
ask
been moved and
The
seconded
Chief Clerk
by
to inform this august body
Senator Boto
as to whether the quorum for this transaction of this joint legislative session has been met.
Your Excellency, Chief Dr. Joel Howard Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia and President of the Liberian Senate, Honorable Dr. Buford Chambers, Speaker of the House of Representatives and the presiding officer of this joint legislative section, Senator Albert T. Cheer, President pro tempore of the Liberian Senate, Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Deputy Speaker of the Honorable House of Representatives, Honorable ladies and gentlemen of this noble house. I'm honored to announce to you that records from the office of the Secretary of the Senate and that of my office show that there is a quorum for the transaction of this joint legislative business for the sole purpose of receiving His Excellency Dr. George Weah Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, to deliver to this august body the State of the Nation's address, which happens to be the 6th of his administration. I so submit.
Now you listen to the Chief Clerk
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Clerk.
of Representatives.
Esteemed honorable colleagues, with the response from the chief clerk that there is a quorum for the transaction of business for the sole purpose of receiving the President, His Excellency Dr. George Weah Sr., to deliver his State of the Nation address. The Joint Committee on Executive of the both houses of the Liberian legislature should escort, be accompanied by the Sergeant at Arms to escort his presidency in this joint chamber for the purpose for which we have gathered. Please proceed. Deny. Deny.
And so, Honorable Yeke Koluba is there calling for a motion. So we listen to
Deny,
Honorable
please.
Koluba.
Thank you. You are out of order, Honorable.
So he has been denied, and the Honorable House of Representatives, the Speaker. Liberia, accompanied by the Sergeant at Arms, to escort the President in the joint chamber of the Honorable House of Representatives. And so they are now proceeding to the joint chambers. And so we will quickly rush to the United States of America, where our guys are to quickly rush in as they go to receive the President. Charles, how you doing? Charles, are you there? Okay, so we're still managing to get our guys from the United States. And, they're seeing our screen. Charles, are you there? Charles, can you come in now if you want to?
Ceremonies.
So there you're seeing our screen the vehicle of the President of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Weah. The joint sections, senators and representatives, will go to receive the President. He will be escorted to the joint chambers.
Present his
legislative
agenda
motion will
for
raise
the next 12 months.
by
Thereafter,
Representative
the Speaker and members of the Executive
Yes, Rana, you are coming.
So Charlie, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks. You can come in now.
Yes, go ahead.
Here comes Zoe Emmanuel Peno.
You've been following.
Zoe Emmanuel
Charlie, are you
Peno
there?
comes from Grand Jida County. He is a strong supporter of CDC. I'm seeing Dixon Sibo, District 16. Dixon Sibo, District 16, Mosrado County. The Sergeant at Arms is here. I'm
Gracias, we
seeing
are watching live from the United States of America.
Here comes the
And as you
President.
know, President George Weah is there. He's been greeted by Joe Pena and Akara Spray.
a white shirt and a
Guys are also, at that moment, they are escorting President George Weah into the rotundum of the Capitol building, where he's now entering. From there, he will be entering into the joint chambers of the National Legislature. Cyrus, you've been following the arrival of President George Weah and the euphoria there in Liberia.
Yeah, it's by law. By law, that's what the Constitution calls for. The fourth working Monday of each year for the president to report to his people through the legislature, that is the direct representatives of the Liberian people, to report to them, presenting his legislative agenda, presenting his people of Liberia gets to know what he wants, highlighting his achievement over the years. I mean, the year that is the issue of the economy, peace and security, the rule of law, infrastructure development. What are those achievements of President Weah? We hope to hear them today from him. And this is a special one, Nathan, for me, because this is the last one leading up to elections, October. So I will not be surprised to hear in this speech the president talking about his second term bid. But something that is kind of strange to that of previous years, where you see party styles of the ruling party on the grounds of the Capitol building in T-shirts, campaign T-shirts, or party regalias. I didn't see much of that today. I've been following the live view since the first build up began. Thanks to the guys, Amos and Ture, the CEO and the rest of the team, making sure that Liberian people can see what's happening from Capitol Building. So today is by law the fourth working Monday of January. It's the fifth Monday of it, but like our guys said earlier on, the first Monday was a holiday, so the fifth. And when we look across the room, we see a lot of government officials, all of them deputies of the president. You know, they're making sure they can have their seat. The legislature is fully in session. Like we listened to the chief clerk, there's a quorum for this session. Members of the diplomatic corps are also, in attendance. So all eyes are on that podium. Just in a few minutes, when the president shall walk through the doors to talk to the Liberian people.
And Cyrus, you
And
see D.
so,
Max Kimian,
D.
you
Maxwell
see
Kimian
Fanas
is there.
development internal affairs minister.
Yes, I think the speaker is saying something. Let's see whether we can get that. But guys, we're here on the standby and we keep following. Thanks for all the work. After the president's address, we will dedicate today's edition of Diaspora Talk to going into the meat, the nitty gritty of what President Weah will tell the Liberian people today. But we on the standby.
thank you,
Yes,
thank you,
that's Buffalo Chambers,
thank you.
Speaker of the House of Representatives,
Thank you,
who
there,
is there
Cyrus
about to
Magee and
announce
Charles from
the
the United States
president's
of America.
arrival
Like you've
into.
been following, the speaker is about to announce the arrival of the president with just 3 minutes to 4 o'clock in Liberia. And of course, any moment from now, the president will mount that podium here in the rectangle of the Capitol building, where he will be addressing the Liberian people on those developmental works during his first 6 years. Today mark exactly 6 years since he took office in 2018, and so he be telling the people about those developmental works so far, those ones he will think of doing. And I'm with the conviction that as we move to this election, and today, State of the Nation address is very cardinal, because he be telling the Liberian people as we move to this election with the conviction I have. I think he will be talking about what the Liberian people needs to look up for, what they needs to go to the polls with, what are those things they think needs to be done. Those are things he will be telling us right here. And so I stay here. Thanks for following us. This is KMTV, and of course we are also live. For those of you who have an Android phone, you can go on Play Store and download KMTV Liberia. We are now on Play Store, and you can also follow us through that medium. And so the grounds of the Capitol and the outside of the outside squares of the Capitol is very colorful. You have individuals from various political groupings that have come to grace the occasion. You have other political parties and individuals, like you listen to Honorable Yeke Koluba calling for a motion, but he was denied. And of course, the president is escorted by the Sergeant Arms and the Jones sections lawmakers, both from Senate and that of the House of Representatives. And so we wait to see what and how it goes here. The time here is just a minute on the dot of 4 o'clock, and right as the president hit the rectangular, he'll be mounting the podium to go quickly to the State of the Nation address. But in doing so, there you see Jonathan Fonanti Kofa. He's the Deputy Speaker here at the 54th Legislature. Abochi, Senate Pro Tempore, is also here. You are following whatever part of the war we want to say welcome. You see Patrick Sudut right there, the Deputy.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen,
The arrival of the president now.
at this time to announce the arrival of the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Dr. George Mane Weah.
President George Manuel Weah have been announced in the joint chambers, escorted by the chief clerk of the House of Representatives. There you see President George Weah neatly attired in a blue coat suit. You see accompanying him is Akaras Gray, Zoe Emmanuel Pennan, Senator Zoe Pennan, and of course there you see the president is walking. Behind there you see other lawmakers escorting the president on the podium, and strictly you mount the podium for the address.
Excellency Chief Dr. Weah Howard Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, honorable members of the 54th Legislature, Your Honor, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court and members of the Judiciary, the Dean and members of the Cabinet and other government officials, the Doyen Excellency, the members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, His Excellency, the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations in Liberia, the Chief of Staff and men and women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, former officials of government, traditional leaders, chiefs and elders, political and business leaders, religious leaders, officers and members of the National Bar Association, labor and trade unions, civil society organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, special guests, fellow Liberians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I come before you today in fulfillment of Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution, which requires me to report to the people of Liberia through you, their elected representatives, on the state of affairs of the nation. This year has a special meaning for me, as it marks the sixth and final state of the nation addressed to this honorable body for the term of my presidency, to which I have been elected. In 2017, I was given a resounding mandate by the Liberian people to steer the nation through a constitutionally guaranteed 6 year terms. And this year concludes that period. I am happy to appraise you, my fellow compatriots, of the enormous progress that has been made in spite of inevitable challenges. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the National Legislature, let me welcome you back from your annual break. It is my hope that your individual endeavors during this much deserved interlude prove useful and productive, including interactions with your constituents. I look forward to more fruitful engagements during the course of the sixth session. The past years marked a crucial historical milestone for Liberia when we celebrated 200 years of the founding of our nation. I need not elaborate you with accounts of how much we have all been through as a people during these 2 centuries, including wars, pestilence, and economic setback and downturn. But together, we have remained strong and vibrant and have managed to always emerge triumphant and united through after every trials and tribulation, regardless of our ethnic background, religious beliefs, or political affiliations. As your president, I have made it my overarching purpose and duty to work towards preserving the peace of the nation, ensuring always that we do not slide back into conflict. This has been the fundamental underpinning of all development and policy initiatives of my administration. The record will show that we have achieved undeniable success in these endeavors, while at the same time always ensuring that there is strict adherence to the rule of law and protections for the constitutional rights of our citizens as we consolidate our democracy and develop our nation. Our well-earned credentials as a nation of peace and democracy in West Africa will be put to the test in about 9 months from today, when we head to the polls of general and presidential elections. These will be the 4 important benchmark for judging the extent of the consolidation of peace in our country. Perhaps most significant is that these elections are the first to be primarily organized and administered by Liberia since the drawdown of the United Nations peacekeeping mission in 2018. This is our moment, therefore, to continue to demonstrate to the world that we are a peace-loving nation and that we are capable and ready to undertake elections that include all Liberians in a free and credible process. Not only to our individual patriotism we put on trial, but our institutions of democracy will also be tested. I am of the strongest conviction that this is a test that we can and we will pass. As you may be aware, I have continuously reaffirmed my commitment to free, fair, and transparent elections and to respect the democratic will of the Liberian people. I remain committed to that pledge. I want to thank our partners. Choose among them Sweden, Ireland, ECOWAS, the EU, and UNDP, and the UN Peace Building Fund for their technical and financial assistance to the electoral process and for their partnership and collaboration to support the National Election Commission, political parties, other national institutions, and civil society organizations to be ready for this defining moment in our history. Mr. Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we were all recently in shock when we awakened to news of the discovery of a large cache of arms in a container at the free port of Monrovia. We applaud the vigilance of all national security agencies for their collaborative efforts in effecting this bust. Coming on the heels of the October elections, this development is a major cause for concern. I have been made aware that the National Police Force continue to pursue every possible lead in the investigation of this illegal act, including diplomatic measures to have the alleged perpetrators face justice. As this year marked 2 decades since the signing of the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2003, which ushered in a peaceful environment we continue to enjoy. It is my hope that we can work together, putting aside our political differences, in ensuring that we can all peacefully abide together in our sweet land of liberty without the chaos of recent years. In so doing, it is both important and imperative that we summon our collective will to vigorously confront potential troublemakers and anastase by applying the full force of the law that is provided for such circumstances. We owe it to ourselves, to our children, and to our children's children to repel and eliminate any threats to our hard-won peace. Madam Vice President and President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pro Tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, in keeping with the tenets of Article 58 of the Constitution, I hereby present my administration's legislative program for the ensuing section and report to this august body on the state of the Republic, covering the economic conditions, including expenditure and income. As I deliver this, my last annual message to the nation in this term as President of Liberia, I will first of all want to thank my Vice President for her support during these years. I would also like to extend a special thanks and appreciation to the legislatures and the judiciary for the level of cooperation and collaboration that our three branches have enjoyed during these past years. Mr. Speaker, since this is my last annual message during this term, permit me to aggregate the total number of bills that have been passed during my administration to date. The 54 legislature has enacted almost 200 acts covering all aspects of our national endeavors. Permit me also to highlight from among these numerous pieces of legislation a few which, in my view, were particularly significant. These include, but are not limited to, the following. I applaud you for passage of the Land Rights Act and the Local Government Act in your first session in 2018. The Land Rights Act has been considered by many as the most progressive pre-community land reform law on the African continent, as it recognizes and protects customary land tenure, as well as women's rights to land. The Local Government Act has established a system of governance consisting of local appointed and elected officials and grants them authority and resources to enable them to cater directly to the care and needs of the citizens in their respective counties. In the areas of health, education, roads, agriculture, and other development needs, no longer must our people always have to come all the way to Monrovia to get better services, because most of the things done in Monrovia can now be done in the counties. In related development, you passed the revenue sharing law in 2022 to enable revenue sharing between central and local governments in Liberia. It was designed with the main objective of promoting domestic resource mobilization through fiscal decentralization for local empowerment. In 2019, during the second session, approximately 54 pieces of legislation were passed, amounting to the second highest number of bills passed during a single session under this administration. This is highly commendable, and we applaud you for that achievement. Additionally, I want to commend you for passing the Power Theft Law, the Domestic Violence Act, and the Kamara Press Freedom Act of 2019. The Power Theft Law seeks to address the increasing theft of electricity through illegal connections, tampering with meters, and with transmission and distribution lines, as well as the theft of LEC's assets, including lights, poles, wires, and transformers. It establishes a system of prohibitions and penalties to deal with electricity theft, for which government intervention and protection is appropriate. Thank you also for the passage of the Domestic Violence Act, which is expected to promote gender equality and protect women and children from domestic violence. This law is intended to reduce the entrenched gender inequality practices which were on the increase in our country. Let me assure you that these laws will continue to be fully and appropriately enforced under my administration. Let me also congratulate you for the enactment into law of the Abdullah Kamara Act of Press Freedom, which is a very historic piece of legislation that codifies and criminalizes free speech as enshrined in our 1986 Constitution. With the passage of this new law, we have cast into the dustbin of history all updated criminal status that once for a new standard of preliminary examination in cases above the trial jurisdictions of magistrate and justices of the peace, a bill to provide for plea bargaining, and a bill to provide for the appointment of additional relieving judges. Together, these bills have instituted major reforms to our judicial system and will help to establish accountability to the judiciary. I thank you once again for these laws. Mr. Speaker, as our fight against corruption and financial crimes remain paramount, we applaud you also for passage of bills seeking to strengthen our integrity, such as the amended Central Bank of Liberia Act, the Financial Intelligence Agency Act, the Anti-Money Laundering, Terrorist Financing, Preventive Measures, and Proceed of Crime Act 2021, the new Internal Audit Agency Act, and the amended and restricted Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Together, these laws will strengthen our anti-graft institutions and minimize the vices associated with corruption and financial crime in our country. They will also further strengthen our financial sector and make it consistent with international best practices, and will also ensure secure financial transactions in support of our monetary and fiscal policy. Thank you also for the ratification of several agreements with our international partner to provide development financing in support of our budget and infrastructure needs. Mr. Speaker, one of the most significant achievements in support of our call for national unity was the passage of the Dual Citizen Bill last year. Which was the year of our bicentennial. The moral significance of restoring citizenship rights to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora cannot be overemphasized. We now call on our families from the diaspora to come home and join us in the noble and patriotic task of nation building, so that we all continue to enjoy our sweet and glorious land of liberty, which was given to Liberians by God's command. Thank you again, members of the Honorable Legislature, for codifying the 23rd of December 2019 opinion of the Honorable Supreme Court, making more true the saying that once a Liberian, always a Liberian. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, while we applaud you for the record-breaking passage of these various bills, we would like to remind you, however, of some important bills that are still pending before you, including the following: agreement West African Police Information System, the status of the International Renewable Energy Agency, the Legal Aid Act of 2022, the Liberian Correction Service Act, an act to establish the Civil Service Commission, a revised public health law of Liberia, the revised and restricted chapter of the University of Liberia, and the International Solar Alliance Framework Agreement, just to name a few. These bills are very significant to the success of our pro-poor agenda, and we therefore urge you to consider their urgent passage in this 6th section. Mr. Speaker, It is our understanding that an affirmative action bill aimed at increasing women representation in the national legislature is being introduced under the sponsorship of the Women Legislative Caucus. And our Vice President, thank you, Madam, we wholeheartedly support these endeavors in our quest to achieve gender parity in our political space. In keeping with international best practices, we therefore urge speedy passage to enable it to be signed into law. I will also be submitting additional bills for your consideration that seek to improve our overall governance system and structure, enhance our economy, protect our business environment, and create jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, under this administration, a total of 22 executive orders were issued by me, from Executive Order 93 to Executive Order 114, in order to meet exigencies that could not await the lengthy legislative processes. More especially, however, during the year 2022, I issued 8 executive orders as follows. Executive Order number 107, suspending tariff on off-grid solar renewable energy products. And access to social services and safety nets for refugees and other vulnerable populations in Liberia. Executive Order 109, extending Executive Order 100, exempting the Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation from custom duties on selected items. Executive order is issued by me with Executive Order 110, extending Executive Order 101, repositioning the National Food Assistance Agency. Executive Order 111, exempting the Liberian Electricity Corporation from custom duty and GST on generation, transmission and distribution, equipment, materials, and fuel. Executive Order 112, establishing of the National Railway Authority. Executive Order 113, suspending tariff on rice. Executive Order 114, establishing the West African Police Information System. Mr. Speaker, as you go through the 6th section of this August body and the final year of the first term of our administration, let us be reminded that although we have worked hard, there is still a lot more to do together. Mr. Speaker, as we go through the 6th session of this August body and the final years of the first term of our administration, let us be reminded that although we have worked hard, there is still a lot more to do together. We must now recharge our energies and redouble our efforts to complete what we started 5 years ago. In a spirit of cooperation and collaboration, so as to fully realize the goals and objectives of the proper agenda for prosperity and development. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and honorable members of the legislature, in fulfilling my official duty to report to you on the state of the Republic, our constitutional mandates that specify mention should be made of national income and public expenditure. I will now set out to do so and to describe the broader state of our economy. Permit me now to take us all back to the beginning of the macroeconomic journey that we began 5 years ago. When I took the oath of office in January of 2018, the Liberian economy was in a state of major distress. The macroeconomic foundations were weak. The country's net international reserve, which have been used by the previous government to stabilize the exchange rate, was very low. The exchange rate had plunged into free fall, and then government did not seem to have the tools to deal effectively with stabilizing the currency at that time. As a consequence, inflation was increased at an alarming rate, while domestic revenue and development assistance were in decline. Our development partners met with me during my first week in office and informed me that the health pool fund, which had been paying the salaries of some 2,000 health workers, had dried up. They asked us to take these workers on the government's payroll at a cost of about 12 million United States dollars a year. The United Nations mission, which has been spending some 150 million United States dollars annually in Liberia, was also leaving, thereby depriving the economy of these resources. By 2018, all of these inflows were gone. The government's credit rating with commercial banks was at its lowest because the government could not settle its domestic obligations to lenders. The total government obligation to the Central Bank of Liberia was not even known because some government debts to the Central Bank was not officially recognized. This was the bleak nature of our economy when we assumed responsibilities for the leadership of the government at the beginning of 2018. Mr. Speaker, what we did not realize at the time is that the recipe for economic disaster had already been set. We assumed that our economy was sitting on a strong foundation, but we were in for a rude awakening when the decline in the exchange rate began to accelerate. We had to get to work quickly to rethink, to rework, and to re-establish the principles of macroeconomic fundamentalism. As they are known around the world, in 2019, I delivered an economic address to the nation in which I announced an end to government borrowing from the Central Bank of Liberia. This policy forced the government to depend on its own resources and to live within the means of the national budget. This was a policy to help contain inflation and to reduce government deficit. In 2019, we also set out to fix the broken and unfair wages systems in which government workers were paid without any set rules or pay grades. To end this unfairness, we had to abolish a general allowance system that was allowing this to happen. Although we were faced with revenue challenges, we were determined to keep all civil servants on the payroll. And so we adjusted the wage system and gave every government worker a salary which is based on a standard and consistent pay grade. As a result of this exercise, 15,000 civil servants received higher salaries, while some 7,000 were adjusted downward. Also in 2019, we entered an IMF-supported program and began a series of fiscal, monetary, and governance reforms. Under this program, the Central Bank of Liberia developed a new monetary framework that worked to stabilize the exchange rate without drawing down excessively on net international reserve, as had been done by the previous government. We set out to improve our fiscal balances, domestic debt management, and strengthen the fight against corruption. As a means of restoring government's credit rating, which was at its lowest in 2018, my administration formally and officially acknowledged all of its debt owed to the Central Bank of Liberia and issued bonds to commercial banks to settle the legacy debt that we made on the books. Mr. Speaker, 5 years later, the launch of these painstaking reforms, the results are out there for the world to see. Mr. Speaker, 5 years after the launch of these painstaking reforms, the results are out there for the world to see. Today, Liberia is a macroeconomic exemption in the West African region. We have brought inflation down from a high of 30% to a single-digit rate that is now under 7%. We accomplished this in just under 2 years, making it one of the fastest rates of inflation collapse in record economic history. We also stabilized the exchange rate for one of the longest periods, and we grew net international reserve to their highest level in decades. We increased domestic revenue to the highest level in Liberian history and took our national budget to its highest level as well. We established credibility to government finances and reformed the banking sector, which have been exposed to excessive risk-taking and a high level of non-performing loans. With the increased domestic revenue generated, we undertook a series of development programs in roads, electricity, education, and health. Mr. Speaker, these results were obtained despite the outbreak of COVID-19. What this means is that if the pandemic had not happened, Liberia would have been on a faster growth trajectory than it's today. But we gave God Almighty the glory, and we thank our international partner for standing with us and for the confidence they continue to repose in our judgment and in our leadership. These are the broad lines of the history that will define our administration as we face national elections in 2023. These are the macroeconomic and development narratives that the world is now beginning to learn about Liberia, but which our critics and opposition have tried to repress over the last several years. But as it is often said, that truth crushed to the ground shall rise again. The truth of the difficult decisions and courageous corrections we have made during our tenure concerning the proper investment in education, health, road, and electricity are out there for all Liberians to see and experience. It is on these truths that we stand as we continue to face existing challenges to deliver a more prosperous future for all Liberians. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the fulfillment of my constitutional responsibility to report to you the wish obtained with the nation's finances in the last fiscal year. Revenue collection for 2022, including grants, was $740 million United States dollars compared to $646 million United States dollars in 2021. A large part of this difference is attributable to an increase in domestic revenue mobilization for the calendar year 2022. This revenue performance was driven by higher receipts of tax and non-tax revenue, especially taxes on international trade and taxes on income and profit. Of this amount, domestic taxes was $605 million, and extended resources received from our development partners was $135 million United States dollars. On the other hand, total cash expenditure for the same period under review was $774 million US dollar. The excess of expenditure over revenue collections amounting to $34 million US dollar is attributed to the use of treasury instruments. Of the total cash expenditure, $286.38 million or 37% was spent on compensation of government employees. $258.93 million or 33.45% was spent on goods and services, including grants and subsidies. 89.37 million or 11.46% was spent on domestic and international debt, and 139.32 or 18% was spent on public sector investment programs. The past fiscal year recorded the highest level of domestic revenue performance since the end of the civil conflict. This is clear evidence of economic recovery and macroeconomic stability. We continue to show strong improvement in mobilizing domestic revenue, which are due to keep reforms on the domestic revenue mobilization strategy of the Liberian Revenue Authority. These measures include expanding the tax base, minimizing revenue loss through raising the tax effort, building public confidence in the tax system, and implementing greater effectiveness and efficiency in tax administration through innovation and technology. Sustaining domestic revenue performance is the only way we can guarantee the funding of our public sector investment program, which will then enable us to address critical infrastructure and social sector challenges, such as roads, electricity, healthcare, and education. It is also the only means to diversify the Liberian economy. And now, hereby call on all national stakeholders to support these reform efforts. And I would like to also encourage all Liberians and businesses operating within Liberia to pay your taxes fairly and timeously as it required by law. Last year we spent $139.32 million on public sector investment to support public sector investment for the 2023 fiscal year. In support of our pro-poor agenda for prosperity and development, we are proposed to spend about $154 million, which is 19.8% of the proposed national budget for the 2023 fiscal year. Major public expenditure items include $46 million, mainly for the transmission of electricity from La Côte d'Ivoire through the CSLG transmission lines, and to expand our electricity distribution, about $44 million for road infrastructure, $23 million through the National Road Fund, $21 million through direct national budget, and about $36 million for the holding of the 2023 presidential and legislative elections. Thus, Mr. Speaker, electricity, roads, and elections will consume about $126 million in 2023, demonstrating my government's commitment to put the Liberian people's money where it matters the most. Mr. Speaker, during the year under review, the government made significant intervention in a number of sectors, including health, education, social development services, energy, and environment. In the health sector, we spent about $17.3 million on vaccines and vaccine-related supplies, COVID-19 vaccination, administration, and drugs and medical consumables. In the education sector, we spent nearly $38.9 million on tuition-free policy, renovating of public university, WISE, and junior high school examination, the support to closing teachers' salary gaps, project and support to the engineering college. In the social development sector, we spend around 12.8 million US dollar on the county tour implementation and sports checks, the national county meet tournament, the completions of the Omega and Douala market projects, the continuations of the Abano Society headquarters construction, and our contribution to the national county project through the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment. In the energy sector, we spend about 29.7 million US dollar on the CLSG payment, streetlights and LEC transformer project, as well as the River G hydropower project. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, for at least the last 50 years, Liberia fiscal year has run from July 1st to June 30. Liberia was the only country in the ECOWAS sub-region to have this July and June fiscal year, which was inconsistent with the rest of the After successful adjustment in 2021, the year 2022 marked the first full implementation of the calendar year budget in our nation's history, making it now to align with the rest of the ECOWAS sub-region. This has made reporting and regional comparison between Liberia and ECOWAS countries much easier. Mr. Speaker and members of the 54th Legislature, the 2023 national budget of $777.9 million United States dollars has been submitted to the House of Representatives for review, which is consistent with the total resource forecast for the period. The estimated domestic revenue is $667.9 million United States dollars, or 85.9%, while external resources are projected at $110 million United States dollars, or 14.1%. Consistent with our commitment to support public investment projects, we have increased capital expenditure in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 to $154 million US dollars, up from $143 million in the last fiscal year. Public investment is focused on key infrastructure investment, such as roads and bridges and the CLSG transmission line. Other programs include the upcoming general and presidential elections, election-related security, county tour implementation, the compulsory primary educational policy, the at-risk youth empowerment fund, and support to vulnerable small businesses. Mr. Speaker, Liberia recently concluded its fourth review on the IMF supported program. The outcomes demonstrate robust fiscal and monetary performance. In the review, the executive director the Liberian authorities managed to keep the program broadly on track by preserving macroeconomic stability, ensuring a comfortable international reserve position, and maintaining debt sustainability, unquote. I'm not talking, I just read it. This favorable appraisal by the IMF was promptly followed by a transfer of $22.1 million United States dollars to the Central Bank of Liberia to increase the nation's reserve stock, NLC, I perform well. They both give me something again. Yeah. I want to perform, then the people give us dance. In support of our economic reform leading to a stable economy, we have maintained our commitment to the independence and autonomy of the Central Bank of Liberia. Although the preceding year was a difficult one for the economy, my government supported the various CBL policy measures that have kept the economic recovery on track. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war, the economy grew from 5% in 2021 after 2 consecutive growth contractions in 2019 and 2020. Growth this year is predicted to rise to 4.2% from the 3.7% in 2022. Our macroeconomic environment remains relatively stable at a time when several other countries in our region are facing serious macroeconomic challenges. We hope and pray God that our friends recover. Inflation at end December 2022 was 6.9%, and the exchange rate between the Liberian dollar and the United States dollar has remained stable within the range of 150 to 153 for the past 12 years. 12 months, the past 12 months, 12 months. The exchange rate between the Liberian dollar and the United States dollars has remained stable within the range of 150 to 153 for the past 12 months. Mr. Speaker, we have made a significant progress in restructuring our domestic debt. At the outset of the IMF supported program 3 years ago, all legacy loans owed to the Central Bank of Liberia, including the debt owed to the old National Bank of Liberia, were bundled into a restructured and consolidated loan. My government continues to live up to its obligation in meeting these payments in support of the recapitalization of the Central Bank of Liberia. I am pleased to inform you that the recent debt sustainability analysis by the IMF has upgraded Liberia's debt management rating from high risk of total debt distress to moderate risk of total debt distress. You see? That's what you call. For high rate, it was difficult. Now you say moderate, that means a balance. As a government, we remain committed to pursuing concessional financing to support our public sector investment program. This is consistent with our long-term strategy on debt sustainability. As of November 30, 2022, the total stock of domestic debt stood at $835.2 million US dollars, and the total stock of external debt stood at 1.13 billion US dollar for a total public debt stock value at 1.96 billion US dollar, which is an increase of 12.6% when compared to the end December 2021 debt stock of 1.74 billion US dollar. The growth in the debt stock was mostly triggered by disbursement from external and domestic creditors. The government paid $89.37 million United States in debt service on both domestic and foreign debt. Of the total debt service, interest payment accounted for $33 million US dollar, or 36.9%, while principal repayment account for $56.37 million US dollar, or 63.1%. Also from the total debt service, $57.7 million United States dollars was paid to the Central Bank of Liberia, to commercial banks for treasury bonds, and to other institutions for domestic debt, while $32.3 million was paid, US dollar was paid to multilateral and bilateral partners. Of the domestic payment of $57.7 million US dollars, about $17.8 million, or 31%, was paid to the Central Bank of Liberia. This payment and the ongoing continuous payments of government's obligation to the Central Bank clearly demonstrate our government commitment and support to the financial and operational independence of the Central Bank of Liberia. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the audit of the consolidated account is now current, with all audits backlogs being cleared. Currently, the General Auditing Commission is concluding an audit of the special fiscal year 2021. The fiscal year 2021, the payroll audit, and the audit of the domestic debt. These audit reports are expected to be submitted to you within the next 30 days. Mr. Speaker, we continue to implement reforms for the central government payroll and pension system, with the objective of improving the welfare of both active and retired employees of government through centralization and digitalization. Our payroll is now easily auditable, predictable, and adjustable. In order to ensure fairness and efficiency, while at the same time increasing the welfare of civil servants. Since establishing payroll growth for all positions at the start of our reform in 2019, we have partially or fully increased or adjusted the gross salary of more than 28,000 government workers out of more than 70,000 government employees. These beneficiaries, employees include teachers, health workers in rural and hard-to-reach counties, and security officers within various security agencies. Others include academic staff at the University of Liberia, Tubman University in Maryland County, and the other community colleges outside Monrovia. These adjustments have been made possible through the larger fiscal space created under our reform efforts. Mr. Speaker, because of the integrated nature of these reforms. Today, we are executing the legal power of Anthony LP scheme and the quick cash credit scheme, which now benefit thousands of civil servants who, through salary deduction, now have access to fast credit for cash, building materials, furniture, and fixture, electronics, and food items. This year, we plan to expand the LPA scheme to rural Liberia to benefit more civil servants, including teachers, health workers, security officers, traditional leaders, and workers. This expansion will also benefit rural businesses by increasing their sales and profit. Mr. Speaker, as domestic revenue improves, we remain committed to enhancing the welfare of government workers. I have been informed that some 15,000 government workers still make below the minimum wage of $150 US, as mandated by the Decent Work Act. This is completely unacceptable. No government worker should make below the minimum wage mandated by public law. I have therefore directed that as part of this 2023 budget, the wages of all such workers be raised at or above the minimum wage. I am informed that the cost to achieving this is estimated at $6 million US annually. So I tell you that you can do it. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President Pro Tempore, and distinguished members of the 54th Legislature, as we accelerate the discussion for the 2023 national budget, I urge you to make the securing of this amount of $6 million US for these 15,000 workers one of your highest priorities. I look forward to engaging you further on this, and we will talk it. Mr. Speaker, official development assistance, otherwise referred to as foreign aid, is critical to Liberia's economic growth and development, as it represents an important share of the national budget. In 2022, we negotiated and signed approximately 9 financing instruments with development partners worth a total of about $282.2 million US. These projects and programs supplement our continuing commitment to exclusive growth and development in Liberia. We continue to take steps to improve aid coordination. At the steering committee meeting of the PAPD held last year, I emphasized to our development partners the importance of coordinating resources in critical sectors such as health, education, and agriculture for more transformative results. The government and its partners have both reaffirmed their commitment to upholding the tenets of the Paris Agenda on Aid Effectiveness and are delivering framework under the PAPD to achieve this. But much more work needs to be done to deliver more results for the Liberian people. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I delivered an address at COP26 in Glasgow, calling for carbon trading on the African continent. I repeated similar theme at COP27 that was held in Egypt last year. My vision is to have Liberia work with the international community to enhance Liberia's potential of being a carbon sink for the world. Given our huge forest reserves, smart climate finance is the way we want to go, and we encourage our international partner to help to get us there. We are committed to doing our part to transition to this new model of climate change financing in Liberia. Liberia remains committed to the global climate change agenda and to meeting its nationally determined contribution. We are looking to improve governance of the forest sector and move towards a more effective management of our forest reserve as a means to transition to a better model of climate finance. We are also working to enlarge our protected areas and are committed to reducing our reliance on commercial logging, but much more needs to be done in this area, and we will continue to work along with our development partner to achieve these goals. Towards this end, I will open a climate finance forum to be held at the EJS Ministerial Complex in a few days, where the government and its development partner will explore ways of rethinking climate change, climate finance, and carbon trading in Liberia. Mr. Speaker, climate change is affecting Liberia in various ways, and we are accordingly responding with meaningful projects. For example, following submission of a coastal defense funding proposal to the Green Climate Fund in 2021, a $25 million US coastal defense project for the township of West Point was approved, and the project has commenced. The chocolate button here. Another coastal defense project for Greenville, Sano County has also been approved by the Global Environment Facility at the cost of $10 million United States dollars. These two coastal defense projects are expected to reduce the vulnerabilities of the respective community against the adverse impact of climate change. In this regard, I would like to thank our partners and stakeholders for assisting Liberia to secure the needed resources to address these glaring manifestations of climate change damage to some of our coastal communities. My government values the support provided by the UNDP, which is now only co-financing both projects, but which has helped Liberia to secure the resources needed from the GCF and GEF. UNDP is also partnering with the EPA and the Ministry of Mines to implement the program. Mr. Speaker, together we have worked to improve governance and to strengthen the fight against corruption and public accountability. You recently passed a new Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission Act that gives the LACC the prosecutorial power it has lacked, and also giving it greater independence from interference. For example, none of the 7 LACC commissioners under this new law can be removed or dismissed by any president, including me. I made sure that this provision was enshrined in the law because I wanted to make it very clear that my government has nothing to hide, and we are committed to fighting corruption. You have also passed the Witness Protection Act and whistleblower laws. Additionally, my government has increased budgetary support to both the General Auditing Commission and the LACC. In the proposed budget, the LACC will receive the highest share of funding it has ever had in its history. We have also placed new leadership at the Internal Audit Agency. The government is working to place the IAA at the center of the fight against corruption, since it is the first anti-graft institution that can prevent corruption before it happens. We will increase the level of funding to the IAA in this 2023 budget, and we now challenge the new management of IAA to find innovative ways to protect public resources. Mr. Speaker, last year we passed 12 out of the 20 indicators of the Millennium Challenge Corporation scorecard. This is the first time Liberia has reached this level of success. These passes show improvement in the overall trend of governance under my administration. We continue to exert every effort to transform the governance space. However, the MCC report does show that we need to pay more attention to equality and effectiveness in health and education. To pay more attention to quality and effectiveness in health and education. With the increase in domestic revenue that has been engendered by this administration, we will look to apply these new resources for further development and enhance the nation's human capital. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the 54th Legislature, the development and improvement in Liberia's human capital has emerged as the biggest generational challenge we face. Education is the cornerstone for our national development agenda and the pathway to a brighter future for our young people. It will empower them to create opportunities for themselves, their communities, and for our country. To this end, I have endorsed an education sector plan which has been developed by the Ministry of Education in conjunction with our development partner. This plan, which will spend 5 years from 2023 to 2027, summarizing our vision for turning education around in Liberia. I am confident that it will be a powerful tool to mitigate the current challenges in the education system, as it provides a strategy roadmap for the achievement of the key education policy goals of the government over the next 5 years. The education sector plan will require government to commit more than $500 million over the next 5 years. As government revenue increases, as forecast, my proposal is that we should devote an increasingly large share of these new revenue streams to this new plan in order to secure the future of our young people in Liberia. However, the success of this plan will depend not only on the Ministry of Education, but also on the goodwill and commitment of all education stakeholders, government ministry and agencies, and the full participation, contribution, and cooperation of all Liberians and foreign residents in Liberia. Therefore, I want to encourage all of us to join our collective efforts together in working vigorously to achieve the targets identified in the education sector plan 2023 to 2027 in order to make our education sector better. Mr. Speaker, consistent with Article 39 of the Liberian Constitution and your joint resolution of 2022 empowering us to undertake the 2022 National Population and Housing Census, I am pleased to report that the census process is about to be concluded and that the provisional results are being finalized. The 2022 census represents not only Liberia's 5th national population and housing census, but most notably, it also represents Liberia's first ever digital census, and is one of the first digital national enumerations in our region. As you are aware, the processes leading to the commencement of the census encounter various operational and logistical challenges. This was not to be unexpected, given the large scale of a project such as a national census. Nevertheless, with a strong and concerted effort from all stakeholders, these challenges are being handled under the able leadership of the Vice President, to whom I assign oversight responsibility. I have been informed that a significant percentage of the Liberian population has been enumerated, and that provisional census results are expected to soon be announced, while the census thematic reports and final results should be published shortly thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that the census process has been conducted in accordance with the United Nations technical recommendations for the 2020 round of census, and it is conformity with both regional and international standards. I therefore take this time to express my profound thanks and appreciation to all national and international stakeholders who form a part of this national endeavors to deliver a successful census. My special thanks and appreciation to also go to the many young persons who brave the tough environment across our nation and work from dusk to dawn until the process was successfully concluded. You are our national heroes. Congratulations for a job well done. Excuse me. If you can't new feel. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, during the year under review, the Monetary Policy Trust of the Central Bank of Liberia was focused on price stability by keeping Liberian dollar money supply and liquidity soundness and effectiveness of these monetary policy. We have been able to protect the purchasing power of the Liberian dollar. The exchange rate of the Liberian dollar vis-a-vis the US dollar has recorded one of the longest periods of stability in recent time, and it is today considered as one of the most stable currency in the West African sub-region during 2022. In 2023, our government will remain focused on improving the living standard of our people by promoting a low inflation and stable exchange rate environment, which are important preconditions for macroeconomic stability and sustainable economic development. Mr. Speaker, net personal remittances for the 11-month period, January to November 2022, including remittances terminated through mobile money wallets, expanded by 31.8% to $531.6 million, an increase from the $403.2 million US dollar recorded for the corresponding period in 2021. This development showed that Liberia remains one of the major destinations of remittances in Africa. This is contributing significantly to our national development efforts. We would like to thank Liberians in the diaspora for their support in this direction. Mr. Speaker, we have endeavored to keep our banking system stable and sound as part of our effort to enhance confidence. During the year under review, the system continued to be capitalized and liquid, with increased lending to the private sector, as well as the growth in private deposit. However, the rising level of non-performing loans poses the single most important risk to the profitability and overall stability of the banking sector. In this regard, the government will give full support to the central bank in pursuing delinquent borrower in line with the law and in the interest of the public goods. Mr. Speaker, for the year 2022, our external sector showed strong performance. Our trade deficit narrowed due to growth in exports. Despite the significant rise in our imports payment, especially for petroleum products, our current account deficit also improved, despite the challenges with our current account balance. My government, through the CBL, has made significant efforts in building Liberia's international reserves position to over 4 months of imports coverage, largely due to special drawing rights allocation from the IMF. This target exceeds both the ECOWAS reserve threshold at the least 3 months of important import cover and the target set under the IMF extended credit facility. This achievement means that Liberia is in a strong position to withstand any potential external shock in protecting the value of the Liberian dollar and promoting macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that for the first time in the history of Liberia's financial system, my government has established a secondary market to redeem public debts. The central bank licensed the Liberian Merchant Capital Limited to own and operate a discount house, which will provide additional liquidity to respond to the demand of our economy. This effort, in addition to issuance of CBL bills and government treasury bonds, will further support the development of the money market and a functioning financial market in the country in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in addition to ensuring that there are adequate banknotes and coins to serve the needs of the economy in both the short term and medium term. My government is also promoting the National Payment System Program. The digitization of our financial services and transaction is important not only for achieving our financial inclusions agenda, but also enhancing efficiency in our public financial management. In this regard, the government, through the central bank, has secured up to $7 million from World Bank to finance the upgrading of our national electronic payment suite. This project will significantly help in promoting interoperability among the different players in the payment system space, promote regional trade through the Pan-African payment system infrastructure, and promote effective and transparent public financial management through improved revenue collections and payment for expenditure. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the 54th National Legislature, through a joint resolution and with approval from my office, authorized the CBN to implement a comprehensive currency reform program. This mandate called for the full replacement of the existing Liberian banknotes and the legacy coins, which are assumed to be in circulation, with a new family of banknotes, and to introduce new coins. As we all know, this is a major national tax, critical not only to addressing the perennial problem of shortage of Liberian dollar in the banking system, but also supporting our broader objective of promoting de-dollarization of the Liberian economy over time. I am pleased to commend the effort of the CBA under the leadership of the Board of Governance and the management for the achievement thus far. The currency reform project has been proceeding well and accordingly to plan. Notwithstanding all the many challenges, the CBA has worked with both the printing and minting companies to ensure that quantities of banknotes and coins planned to be brought into the country in 2022 were all delivered before the end of 2022, adhering to the stipulations of the joint resolution of the National Legislature that no new currency shall be brought into the country in the 2023 elections year. The total currency brought into the country during 2021 and 2022 was nearly 34 billion Liberian dollars in banknotes and coins. This amount represents 71.8% of the total 48.73 billion Liberian dollars that has been approved by you. The consignment brought into the country cover all the denominations, including 1,500 Liberian dollar, 100, 50, 20 for the banknote, and 10 and $5 for the coins. The remaining amount of the approved banknotes and coins, representing about 28%, will be brought into the country in 2024. It is worth noting that as at end December 2022, the bank had withdrawn and destroyed a total of 10.4 for the $1 billion Liberian legacy banknote from the circulation. I am now pleased to inform you that in line with the bank-approved plan, the currency exchange exercise is being implemented in a gradual process. Through the commercial banks, the CBN has also informed me that it has also taken measures to decentralize the exchange exercise across the country through the utilization of its Banga cash hub and plan to extend to Vojema and Zweju by the first quarter of this year. In addition, the CBA has reached an agreement with the commercial banks to ensure the exchange of the new currency in all parts of the country. Meanwhile, the CBA has been engaged with various stakeholders, including the public, to educate and sensitize the population on the currency reform program, the features of the new currency, and the implementation process. These engagements have helped both in the managing public expectation and in protecting the integrity of the exchange process. While the CBA has not announced a specific timeline for the exchange exercise to be completed, the bank is optimistic of replacing a significant portion, if not all, of the old banknotes and coins by the end of the first quarter of this year. As a government, it is important that we acknowledge the policy advice and technical support of our partners, notably the United States Agency for International Development. You say, for hiring the services of CRO and the IMF, who provided the needed technical assistance to the CBA throughout this process. We want to say to USAID and the IMF that the government and people of Liberia are grateful to you for your support and assistance. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, during the year under review, our foreign policy and foreign relations remain on a firm course. As we broaden and strengthen our ties with the international community on both the bilateral and multilateral levels. Of note is that the cessation of the COVID-19 pandemic allow for in-person participation in summits and other meetings following 2 years of restriction. We were therefore enabled to fully participate in the activities of the international organization of which Liberia is a member. Consequently, we attended the statutory and extraordinary meetings of the Economic Community of West African States, the ECOWAS, the African Union, AU, and the United Nations, UN, either personal or by competent representation. Mr. Speaker, the period under review, the search for genuine and lasting peace in the sub-region, as well as the restoration of constitutional democracy, remain the priority issues on the agenda of ECOWAS. The security and political situation in Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso have been of paramount concern. We continue to support the peacekeeping operation in Mali with the presence of a contingent of the armed forces of Liberia embedded within the United Nations mission MINUSMA in that sister state. We continue to work with our colleagues to resolve the constitutional impasse in the Republic of Mali in order to restore constitutional democracy. The key objective is to restore political order through the holding of free, fair, and transparent election in the soonest convenient time. The great security situation in the Sahel is of paramount concern to Liberia because it poses a serious threat to the peace and the security of the entire West African sub-region. My government will therefore do all within its power to support the transition agenda of ECOWAS aimed at bringing the Republic of Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso to peace, security, stability, democracy, and constitutional order. Mr. Speaker, with the lifting of COVID-19 restriction, we made several trips abroad to represent the national interests of Liberia, most notable, among which were the following: Attaya, Turkey, March 11-13, to attend the second Attaya Diplomacy Forum. On the sideline of the forum, we had a bilateral meeting with His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, May 8-10, 2022, to attend the Hub Summit on Drought, Resilience, and Sustainable Land Management. Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, May 27-29, 2022, to attend a summit of the African Union. Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, May 29-31, 2022, for a working visit. Dabro Bapulu. Accra, Ghana, June 1st to 9, 2022, to attend an extraordinary summit of ECOWAS. Accra, Ghana, July 2nd to 4th, 2022, to attend the ordinary session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS. Dakar, Senegal, 6 to 8, 2022, to participate in the other summit for Africa. Yamoussoukro, Côte d'Ivoire, August 6-8, 2022, to participate in events marking the celebration of the 62nd independent anniversary of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. New York, USA, September 18 to 24, 2022, to attend the 77 sessions of the United Nations General Assembly. Tangier, Kingdom of Morocco, November 2nd to 5th, 2022, to participate in the 14th editions of the May Days International Forum, where I was invited to give the keynote address. Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, November 6 to 18, 2022, to attend the COP27 summit. Paris, France, November 11 to 15, 2022, to attend the 5th edition of the Paris Peace Forum. Doha, Qatar, November 18-29, 2022, to attend the official ceremony of the FIFA World Cup 2022 as guests of honor of FIFA and the Emir of Qatar. Principality of Monaco, December 1st to 2nd, 2022, to attend and serve as keynote speaker at the 30th edition of the International Peace and Sports Forum, and held bilateral discussion with His Serene Highness Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, last but by no means the least, our privilege to honor an invitation from Joseph Arab Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, to participate in the U.S. African Leaders Summit, which was held in Washington, D.C., USA, from 13 to 15 December 2022, where I addressed different forums, delivering a keynote address at one of the largest of these forums, the African and Diaspora Young Leaders Forum. I highlighted the vital role of the youth and diaspora in Africa. I called on young people and diaspora Africa to play meaningful roles in Africa through innovations, investment, and knowledge transfer. I informed them of the passage in Liberia of the law authorizing dual citizenship and allowing women to pass citizenship to their children, which revises a long-term ban and essential for consolidating a vibrant, progressive, inclusive, and just society. I received a special public commendation from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken when he stated, and I quote, "President Weah, I would like to thank you for your great leadership and for strengthening the U.S.-Liberia bond," unquote. So it is not me who says so. The Secretary General of the United States, Mr. Blinken, said, and I quote, "Mr. President, I am sure that U.S.-Liberia relations will flourish under your leadership," unquote. And you know what? You know what? He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right, because I always stated, and I will say again, like I said in France, America is our traditional partner. So, if a friend of America is our friend, it's okay. But if you're not a friend of America, then you're not our friend. This is our traditional partner. The United States, look, let me tell you that hope to be leaders. Those that want to be leaders, there's no compromise. America is an ally of Liberia. Whether we like it or not, it's not to boast. It's not to boast. Never made a mistake. America is your partner. I am further pleased to inform you that I was among 5 other heads of state out of the nearly 50 African heads of states and government who were in attendance at the forum, who was specially selected to meet with President Biden at the White House. At the White House, we had a robust discussion with President Biden on a very crucial issue of elections, democracy, rule of law, and development. But you see, this is our country. When I'm not here, 2029, if I'm not here, you know what I'm saying? am glad that my brother from Bon Mines. You see, this is the country that we dream of, the country of democracy. This is the country that all of us wanted to be. Today, this country where the president can wear shirt, you can wear the same shirt, and nobody can hold you on the side. This is the country that we're in, that when you bring open tag car, nobody can seize it from you because the president get open tag car. Previous government, if you wear the same suit like a president, they hold you on the side. But this is the true Liberia that all wanted, democracy, where you get freedom of speech, where there is no political prisoner. Where there is no political prisoner. During this exclusive but vital meeting, I and the other head of states made a strong pledge and commitment to hold free, fair, transparent, and peaceful, and inclusive and democratic election in our respective countries. I also made it abundantly clear that under my watch, the democratic credential of Liberia will be safeguarded, as well as aid peace, stability, and security. These productive meetings afforded me the opportunity to reaffirm my commitment to strengthening the already existing ties between Liberia and the United States of America, and deepening the close bond of friendship and cooperation. I pledge to that friendly government my determination to continue to close collaboration with them in improving good and accountable governance, democracy, and the rule of law in Liberia. In response, I am pleased to report that the U.S. government made a promise to spend $165 million United States this year on providing financial support to elections in our respective countries, of which Liberia is expected to receive approximately $20 million US. Mr. Speaker, in order to continue the enhancement of our leadership role in the sub-region, we are pleased to appoint Madam Maria G. Harrison as Secretary General of the Mana River Union, to succeed Madam Madina A. Weah, whose tenure ended. We congratulate Madam Weah for successfully steering the affairs of the MRU during her sterling leadership. Similarly, we effected changes in our foreign service, where Ambassador Jeff G. Dwana was transferred from Kuwait to replace Ambassador George Patton in Washington, D.C. as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Liberia to the United States of America. Madam Sarah Fanien was appointed Ambassador and permanent representative of the Republic of Liberia to that august body. Mr. Speaker, while we recorded general success in our foreign relations, I would like to highlight the following outcomes for your information. Construction and dedication of a 100-bed state-of-the-art referral hospital known as the Emirate Hospital in Bopolu City, Bapolu County. Commitment of $2 million US by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia towards the renovation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building and the subsequent construction of an entirely new building to host the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Saudi Kingdom has also given strong support to the implementation of the PAPD, a commitment by the government of the Kingdom of Morocco to undertake the renovation of the 6th floor of the existing foreign ministry building, a strong commitment by the Mayor of Qatar to fund phase 2 of the Banga Menikoma Road, support from the Arab Bank of Economic Development in Africa, of an estimated $100 million. The commitment of the government of Hungary conveyed to me during a bilateral meeting held its foreign minister on the sideline of the MEDAS International Forum, which I attended in Tangier, Morocco, of $50 million export credit guarantees to encourage hungry companies to invest in Liberia. The establishment of diplomatic relations with Jamaica and the Republic of Tajikistan at minister levels. The establishment of a new passport application center to facilitate the speedy processing of passport for our citizens outside the country. This center will ease the constraint Liberians have faced with obtaining travel documents as well as generating more revenue for government. Additional centers are located in Nairobi, Kenya, Victoria, South Africa, Melbourne, Australia, Chicago, USA, Los Angeles, USA, Minnesota, USA, and New Delhi, India. These centers are set to be commissioned and made operational very soon. Mr. Speaker, during the year under review, a number of new ambassadors were accredited to Liberia. These include emissaries from Japan, South Africa, the Gambia, the Czech Republic, Zimbabwe, Spain, and the Slovak Republic, and ambassadors from the Vatican and the Republic of Guinea were recalled. During the period under review, we signed 8 legislative acts that were published into handbills. They are listed in the Appendix B attached to this annual message. Also, during the period under review, some of our compatriots honor their earthly journey and transition from the earthly realm of the terrestrial to the glory of the celestial. To honor their lives and work, official gazettes were issued by the government announcing their sad demise. In the interest of time, their names are listed in the Appendix C attached to this annual message. May their soul rest in perfect peace. May I now ask you to stand for a moment of silence as we pay our respect to their passing. Thank you. May their soul and the souls of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace, and may light perpetual shine upon them. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to make an important announcement about a singular and unprecedented honor that is about to be bestowed on Liberia. Although this event will not take place until 2026, all the diplomatic activities leading to this success have been undertaken by my administration and under my personal initiative and directive. During the period under review, Liberia's candidature for a seat on the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member for 2026-2027 period. Was endorsed during the 40 ordinary session of the Executive Council of the African Union, held from February 3rd to 7, 2022 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This candidature of Liberia for a seat on the UN Security Council was also unanimously endorsed by the African Group of Ambassadors at the United Nations in New York. I'm now pleased to announce that the elections for Liberia to sit on the Security Council as a non-permanent member of the 2026-27 period will be held in New York in 2025. Needless to say, this will be a very proud moment for our nation and represent the full acceptance of Liberia among the Committee of Nations as a responsible country capable of making significant contributions to global peace and security by sitting on the United Nations Security Council, the highest and most important forum for world peace. Imagine the significance of the journey we have traveled over the past 2 decades, from being a war-torn country, ravaged and destroyed by civil war that lasted for 15 years, which required the deployment of the largest United Nations peacekeeping force at a time, only to bring peace to our troubled land, and now having a seat on the Security Council of the very United Nations that have been set to save us from ourselves. We have a lot to be thankful for as a people. I say to God be the glory for the great things He has done. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President Pro Tempore and members of the 54th Legislature, the road network of our country continues to remain the focus and passion of my administration. And today I am pleased to inform you that we have made considerable gains in the road and transport sector during the period under review. The Ministry of Public Works remains the fulcrum of our development agenda through the full executions of its mandate to plan, procure, and construct public infrastructure. It has continued its constructive engagement with our traditional financing partner and has been successful in raising funds for the construction of new primary road network as well as for the implementation of several additional development projects. With the support of our partners, we have made significant gains in the pavement of primary roads for all ongoing projects. To date, excuse me. To date, a total of 45 kilometers have been paved on the Banga to Salaye road corridor. 20 kilometers has been paved on the Ganta to Saklepie road. 31 kilometers of Sanikwede to Lokatuo road corridor has been paved. I'm also pleased to inform you that we have paved 30 kilometers of the Ganta to Yekepa road corridor and continue to make progress on the rubber sports to Medina Road and the RRA road corridor, both of which are funded exclusively by the government of Liberia. All of these road work are still ongoing. In addition, to these gains on our primary road construction project, the 40-kilometer Tapeta to Toastown Road construction project is ongoing, while we have commenced the pavement of projects affecting persons along this corridor to facilitate early commencement of work when the project is contracted and signed in the first quarter of this year. In an effort to ensure accessibility of our people between Ganta and Zwedru, I reported to this body in my address last year that the government was engaged in discussing with the World Bank to secure the financing that will alleviate the problem faced by commuters using this stretch of road. As Liberians, we can all recall the difficulty faced by road users that travel along this particular road corridor. This situation also causes major impediment to the economic development of our people. This route is a major trade corridor to a large part of this country and to the rest of the region. The completion of this road will be a game changer in the travel dynamics of our country. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that talks with our partner were very fruitful, and we have now secured the full financing required to connect the remaining 75 kilometers between Toastown and Zwedru, as well as the 10-kilometer road corridor between Toastown and Ivory Coast border, Ivorian border. In addition to these achievements in the sector, the consultant for the design and studies of the 110-kilometer road corridor between Flowecan to Zwedru has been procured through funding by the African Development Bank. I am also pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that this is the last remaining road section between Zwedru and Fishtown, for which my administration has already secured the financing. With this major commitment, secure processes ongoing for the preparation of the document leading to the procurement of consultants and contractors, I can assure this august body that our nation is on a positive path to make the smooth travel from Ganta to Harper on asphalt paved road a reality. As a matter of fact, as we speak, the construction of the 20-kilometer road section between Fishtown to Flowecan is currently ongoing. Continuing with our primary road connection between counties and capital, I previously mentioned that progress has been made in securing the commitment of funding by our Arab partners, which include Saudi Fund for Development, Kuwaiti's Fund for Arab Economic Development, BIDAI, and OPEC Fund for International Development for the construction of the Salahi to Konya Road corridor. This arrangement is still on course, and the recent re-ratification exercise between government and the funding partner has given us hope that these works are soon to be moved from the planning phase into active construction activities. Additionally, studies are far advanced on the 50-kilometer Barclay to Clonwe Road, which is being funded by the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, and construction work are expected to commence this fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, when we commenced our leadership the total paved road in our national road network was only 745 kilometers throughout the entire country, representing less than 5% of the network. Today, we have increased this number to 1,375 kilometers, with an additional 436 kilometers paved in the primary road category alone. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, as we advance with our road construction work, it is important that maintenance of the primary road corridor is continued in order to ensure accessibility of our people throughout the country. Even during major setback, like the rainy season, while new road construction is a priority, my administration has also committed resources for the maintenance of the already existing road assets throughout the country. In this regard, maintenance work are ongoing on approximately 500 kilometers of unpaved primary roads, including the 38-kilometer Greenville to Weah Towns Road in Sano, the 118-kilometer Greenville to Bokonjiken in Sano and Grand Cru, and 115 the Plibo to Bois Jiken Road in Sano and Grand Cru, and 130-kilometer Ziatan to Zweju, Putuken, Samuel D12, Putuken Road in Grand Gile, the 72-kilometer Boevi to Kompasu Road in Bombing, and the 68-kilometer Konya to Vanjima Road in Lofa County. Maintenance work are also ongoing along the Simport Bridge to Tomaburg Highway and the Harper to Kaloken Road. We have also continued our efforts in the cleaning of drainages across Liberia, including Monrovia and other cities which are prone to flooding during the heavy downpour of rain each year. With the active involvement of communities, we incorporated community-based organizations which ensure employment of several community members in taking up responsibility for the cleaning of drainages within their respective neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, upon my ascendancy to the presidency in 2018, one of my administration's immediate action in the road sector was to operationalize the National Road Fund, Office of the Liberia. Today, this action has derived immense benefit for the road sector and has enabled the effective delivery of our roads program for our beloved country. I am proud to reveal that since my incumbency, a total of 198 kilometers of community roads in 7 counties have been completed, with over 75 kilometers ongoing, through the contribution of Liberians who pay their fuel levies for every gallon of gasoline or fuel oil they purchase. We continue to expand this program in maintaining our existing network and the construction of new community roads. In this regard, the construction of the 5.4 kilometer road from Johnsonville to Mount Barkley is ongoing and will be completed by June this year. The 12 kilometer Johnsonville turning point to Mount Coffee Road is also going on, along with the 4.2 kilometer Soul Cleaning Road, the 2.1 kilometer Peace Island to 540 community, the 0.6 kilometer Fanti Town Road, and the 2.3 kilometer New Georgia to Gulf Road. In addition to these works, Mr. Speaker, we have also commenced some new projects, including the 1.5 kilometer Riverview Road to Hotel Africa Road, the Kisi Camp to GSA Road, which is about 300 meters, the layout and ongoing pavement of 8.7 kilometers of the Kakatan City streets, and have reassumed construction of the 3.2 kilometer Bali Island access road. My government has also broken ground for the 6.5 kilometer Freeport to Simpo Bridge, which constitutes a continuation of the grant we received from our partner, the government of Japan. As we focus on our roads program, we continue to see the significant adverse impact of climate change on our communities and people. We recognize the need to address important livelihood issues as we expand our developmental efforts throughout the country. I am therefore pleased to inform this August body that our government has signed a 10 million euros grant for the funding of the Morovia Integrated Development Project provided by the government of France through its French Development Agency. This amount is to be used to improve the livelihood of 3 communities in Morovia through the provisions of climate resilience facilities such as roads, drainages, community hall, and recreational facilities, etc. In an effort to expand this program to the rest of the country, an additional funding of $40 million has also been provided by the World Bank through the Liberia Urban Resilience Project to promote climate resilience infrastructure in the rest of Morovia by the construction of new drainages network. Plan and design are already being prepared for the commencement of work in this year, and efforts are being made to extend similar activities to 3 additional cities, namely Banga, Bikana, and Ganta. Mr. Speaker, distinguished legislators, ladies and gentlemen, my administration is fully aware of ongoing activities on the Roberts International Airport Road, and we are working closely with all stakeholders to deliver this project for our people. The success of this project will benefit all Liberians and will positively impact the safety of all commuters using the highway. I remain focused on its delivery and wish to assure you, all Liberians, that this project will be a success. Mr. Speaker, as the agenda for development continues in these challenging times, we have completed and dedicated the additional 4 markets constructed at the Omega International Market and are working with the leadership of the Liberian Marketing Association and partner to ensure a smooth transition of marketers to this market ground. I would also like to mention that works on feeder and rural roads continue to make headway through the support of partners and with funding from this government. In this regard, we are continuing our rural road maintenance activity through the establishment of 10 community-based organizations that are now directly benefiting 17 towns and villages from these communities and providing improved livelihood for the people along this road corridor. Similarly, the Liberian Swedish feeder roads project, in support of our pro-poor agenda, continues to demonstrate a strong commitment to the development of firm farm-to-market roads that serve the livelihood of small rural communities. In line with the objective, the period under review saw the complete rehabilitation of an additional 77 kilometers of feeder roads, as well as the regraving of an additional 94 kilometers of feeder roads under the same program. To further strengthen our interventions in local communities and provide economic opportunity for our people, our routine maintenance program completed an additional 950 kilometer feeder roads and provided jobs opportunity in 7 counties for 180 communities and more than 1,000 individuals. Additionally, in collaboration with our Swedish partner, the period under review saw the commencement of a new flagship project to improve village access through the construction of 134 kilometers of village tracks for 168 communities. This project has employed a total of 1,760 individuals and will continue till May this year. Mr. Speaker, as part of the progress we have made in the sector, it is important that we inform our people on gains made in constructing and maintaining bridges across our country. During the period under review, this administration completed 2 additional bridges and broke ground for the construction of the Buchanan Community College Bridge in Grand Bassa County, which is currently ongoing, and the Doherty Bridge in Wapolu County. I would now like to express my profound thanks and appreciation to our development partners, including the European Union, the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, the UK Aid, the German government, KfW, and GIZ. I would also like to thank our Arab partners, including the Saudi Fund, the Kuwaiti Fund, and BEDA, as well as the United States Agency for International Development, the USAID, the Japanese government and JICA, the Swedish government and its LSFRP programs, the Chinese government and its China Aid program, the Norwegian government, the Indian government, and most especially the African Development Bank. The forever development partners for their commitment and continual contribution to the development of our country, and for their support to our National Development Plan of my government, the proper agenda for prosperity and development. Mr. Speaker, in October last year, I launched the Accelerated Community Development Program of ACDP, as it is commonly called, the first phase of this flagship program, which is being implemented in partnership with the UNDP, is budgeted at $100 million and will help us to create more jobs and reduce poverty and inequality in some of the poorest rural and urban communities in Liberia. As I stated, the launch Our aim is for the ACDP to become our largest national program investing in community development over the next 4 years. Our ministries and agencies, especially the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Health, and the Water and Sanitation Commission, and others will collaborate with UNDP and other development partners such as the World Bank to invest in constructing agricultural feeder roads, water and irrigation systems for farmers, hydropower plants, sanitation facility, and markets to serve local community. Also include in the ACDP will be agricultural hubs equipped with food storage facility, machines, schools and health centers, boreholes and hand pumps placed in hard-to-reach community across Liberia. We will also be providing agricultural tools, tractors, and farm equipment to help our farmers and cooperative increase their productivity and improve their livelihoods. Today, I am pleased to announce that the initial $14.5 million has been secured for the program, and work is now starting in 18 communities, namely Dofa, Boimatan, and Jowulata, and Bonkante, Bopolu Sete, Kompasu, Madina, Sapima, Loloma Town, Fawinta, and Toto Kwele in Bopolu County, Yapa Town, Badie Town, Topio, Yapa Town, in Riverside County, Fantita, in Grand Cape County. Over the coming months, the program will expand to 42 additional communities in Mosovado County, Greater Monrovia, River G, Grand Gila, and Grand Cru County. And by next year, we will be investing in all counties and districts across the country. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President Pro Tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, as a part of our strategic plan to ensure reliable and affordable energy, we have embarked on several initiatives, namely the purchase of power through the CLSG transmission line from Cote d'Ivoire, the implementation of a 20 megawatt solar power plant, the expansion of Mount Coffee by 2 additional turbines, and undertaking feasibility study for further development of the St. Paul River with the view of developing another hydro and a reservoir. I am pleased to report that the Liberian Electricity Corporation has signed a power purchase agreement with CR Energy of Cote d'Ivoire for the initial purchase of 27 megawatts, which will be scaled up to 50 megawatts based on increases in our energy demand. The supply of power commenced on December 1st, 2022, and our national grid now enjoys stable electricity from the CLSG line. I am also pleased to inform this August body that the Executive Board of the World Bank has approved an amount of $96 million to finance a 20 megawatt solar project and the expansion of the Mount Coffee hydro plant These projects will increase our internal installed energy capacity from 126 megawatts to 188 megawatts, representing a 40% increase of installed capacity. More importantly, our renewable and clean energy generation capacity will constitute 80% of our total installed capacity, which shows a major component of our generation mix being clean energy will be contributing to the reductions of CO2 emissions in the environment. Additionally, with the support of the World Bank and the West African Power Pool, we have commenced feasibility study for a second hydropower plant of 150 megawatts upstream of the Simpo River and the Weah Reservoir. The realization of additional hydro generation assets will propel Liberia into a new stage of energy security. To date, our national grid now extends to 8 counties, namely Mosorado, Bomi, Kebma, Magibi, Bon, Nimba, Grenjide, and Maryland County. Our high voltage transmission line cover 254 kilometers, while our medium voltage transmission lines cover 641 kilometers. Today, there are over 180,000 households with access to grid electricity. I want to thank our key development partners in the energy sector for their role in financing the rebuilding of our national grid and the restoration of our generation assets, including the rehabilitation of the Mankofe Hydro. Special recognition goes to the World Bank, the European Union and the European Investment Bank, African Development Bank and the United States government and its aid agency, the government of Norway, the German Development Bank, KfW, and the government of Japan. As we strive to bring reliable and affordable energy to our people, which is necessary for the economic growth and development of our country, I want to clearly state that we will not accept any attempt to undermine these efforts. Power theft has led to a loss of over $40 million last year and threatening the sustainability of LEC and the reliable supply of electricity. With your cooperation, we successfully passed the Power Theft Act, which made power theft a second-degree felony. I am therefore reminding all of our citizens and foreign residents that power theft is a crime in Liberia. Furthermore, my government has allocated significant budgetary support to realize the CLSG project, despite so many competing social demands and a limited fiscal space. We made this sacrifice because we strongly believe that our people deserve to have access to electricity. But electricity is not free, and we must all be good citizens and pay for the electricity we consume. I am pleased to commend the anti-power theft team for their hard work. For their hard work and dedication to wish to assure the team of our fullest support for their efforts. My government will remain vigilant and resolute against power theft. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, my stance in ensuring the rights and protection of all Liberians cannot be overemphasized. However, as Liberia's feminine-in-chief, I remain committed to upholding the dignity and safeguarding the human rights of the most vulnerable segment of our population, women. Women, girls, and children. Within this context, my government has made and continues to make significant effort to address the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence, the SGBV, in the strategic and more coordinated manner. We continue to work with our international partners to address the issue of SGBV against our women and children, deploying available resources to provide appropriate support and to enable ready access to justice system in order to achieve a meaningful reduction of SGBV during this year and the years to come. Through implementation of the anti-SGBV roadmap, we have provided financial resources not only for prevention and response, but also for the well-being of survivors through the renovation of safe homes and the provision of functional operational support services. Even as we are cognizant of our responsibility to uphold our traditional tenets and cultural practices, we believe that we still have an obligation to ensure that harmful traditional practices such as female genital mutilation and early child marriage are addressed holistically in order to protect our women and girls. In so doing, we are mindful that we must respectfully employ culturally appropriate approaches with our traditional leaders. In this regard, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to Chief Zanza Kawa, head of the National Council of the Chiefs and Elders of Liberia, and all of our traditional leaders for historically leading by example. In a show of support for my administration, we acknowledge their role in ensuring that we keep the beautiful parts of our culture, even as we work to do away with harmful traditional practices. Since my declaration to finding a pathway to achieve this goal, we have seen the express commitment to work with me, as well exemplified by the ceremony here this month in Sokin Town, Todi District, symbolizing the end of harmful traditional practices in Mosovado County. This marks the beginning of a new era where our beautiful girls will be initiated and given deep knowledge of their culture without mutilation. To bolster these efforts, alternative livelihood programs are being set up for our zones and traditional leaders through financial and technical support from the European Union Spotlight Initiative, being implemented by the One UN organization. Under this program, 3 vocational and heritage centers have already been completed in Grand Cape County, Moserado and Nima County, These centers will serve as alternative means of livelihood for our cultural custodians who are entrusted with enlightening our girls on their traditional culture, modes, and values. Mr. Speaker, the Liberian Society Safety Net Project under the Ministry of Gender is now in full swing and continues to make significant impact in targeted counties. We say a special thanks to the World Bank, UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, and USAID for their generous support to this project. With support from the World Bank, $44.6 million US has been secured for the Liberian Women Empowerment Project, which is geared towards empowering women, addressing social norms, inequalities, and gender-based violence in over 170 communities, targeting more than 258,000 beneficiaries. Today, I reaffirm my commitment to see more women on the ballot for election in Liberia. This is nothing against the men. It's the form of participation. Without women, we will not be whole. Being cognizant of the impending 2020 elections, funding has been secured for UN Women for a nationwide awareness and dialogue campaign made at promoting women's political participation in this year's elections. In the contest, let me remind you that Liberia has an exemplary history of record-breaking female leadership, both in the politics and civil society organization. We were the first to produce an elected female president on the African continent. We also proudly take credit for producing the first female vice president of Liberia. Today, I am pleased to inform you of another important glass ceiling that has been broken by a female who has ascended to a leadership of an organization that has always been led by males. For the first time since its founding 48 years ago, the Federation of Liberian Youth, FLA, Liberia's largest youth grouping, has elected its first female in person of Miss Banika Stephanie Elliott. If you are here, please stand. Congratulations, the single ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a round of applause. We congratulate Ms. Elliott and the members of FLA for this pioneer and progressive achievement. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, the government of Liberia continues to build the operational and administrative capability of the armed forces of Liberia in order to ensure that it remains a force for good. In this regard, I am pleased to inform you that the government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations to strengthen our troop presence with the UN peacekeeping mission. Last year, we continued the rotation of troops to Mali as part of Liberia's commitment to the United Nations peacekeeping operations in that country. This, together with other activities that were carried out during the period under review, is further demonstrator of our commitment to change the story of the Liberian military. Let me thank you, honorable lawmakers, for the passage of the Uniform Codes of Military Justice into law. This will go a long way in ensuring that we have a force that is first and foremost accountable to the Liberian people. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that the latest school enrollment data has shown a massive improvement in the gender gap between male and female students in education system in the country. 49.5% are female, while male constitute 50.5%. This is quite impressive and represents the fulfillment of a major goal of my administration, which is to ensure that women have equal access to education as their male counterparts. Also, the school data show that there has been an increase in the number of schools in the country by 20%, with teachers numbering more than 60,000, although a significant proportion of them are volunteers. In order to address this situation, my administration has been accelerating efforts in recent years to reduce that number by employing hundreds of volunteer teachers. With the various interventions the government has made in the sector aimed at improving access and quality, it comes at no surprise that the Liberian students have shown remarkable performance improvement in the WISE and the WISE exams. Mr. Speaker, I have consistently emphasized that the development of young people remains fundamental to the attainment of the goals and objectives of our proposed agenda. To this end, a number of programs are being implemented which are aimed at developing the capacity of our youth and providing them short-term employment opportunities. Some of these include the National Youth Literacy Program, a temporary employment for community youth, Youth on the Job Training Program. Another such program is the Recovery of Economic Activity for Liberian Informal Sector Employment. This is a $10 million project which has been launched by the government of Liberia to give 19,000 economically vulnerable people in the informal sector increased access to income earning opportunities in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis in Liberia. We have established technical and vocational schools in 8 counties. These are meant to equip our young people who are willing and determined to add value to their lives by giving them market-relevant skills and training. It is my hope that the thousands of at-risk youth who are being targeted for rehabilitation under the new multi-million-dollar initiative launched last year can also benefit from our national TVET programs. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate winners in all categories of the just ended county sports meet tournament, particularly Nimba County. On its much deserved victory over Lofa County, in the second category, talent spotted from this tournament, which continues to gain strength, can be used to augment the capacity of the country's national soccer team. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, my government implemented various programs to ensure more access to justice in a people-centered way through critical reform of the legal regime of the criminal justice system, with a view to improve access to justice, enhance expeditious trials, reduce the case dockets of courts, and decrease overcrowding of corrections facility, as well as other justice-related and security services delivery. The alternative dispute resolution, a non-litigations and reconciliatory approach to resolve conflicts and dispute settlement has been revitalized. Other key laws reforms were introduced, such as the enactment of an amendment to the criminal procedure law, which introduced plea bargaining, extended the terms of courts, increasing the number of relieving judges, preliminary examination, and procedure of arrest. These endeavors were made possible largely with support from Liberia's international partners, including the United Nations Family through the Office of the Resident Coordinator. The passage of the amended drugs law in 2022 was a key milestone in our fight against narcotics substances in our country. The law ensures that offenders receive stiffer punishment for their involvement in illicit drug trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that last year was a high-performing period for our agricultural sector, where more focus was placed directly on impacting rural and urban farmers, as well as those in the agricultural value chain. This is evidenced by the delivery of implements to farmers, enable them boost local production. The government and donor partner disburse financial grants to farmers in the rice, vegetable, oil palm, rubber, poultry, piggery, and cassava sector, so as to expand the production and capacity in their respective value chain. The agricultural sector now enjoys the confidence of donors whose support and presence allow for greater production and the implement of smart agricultural practices that help mitigate the impacts of climate change on farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the early days of my administration, I signed the Liberian Agricultural Commercialization Fund, funded by the World Bank and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The LACF has expanded from an initial 3 value chain, rice, oil palm, and horticulture, to now include 4 more value chains: rubber, cassava, piggery, and poultry. The LACF is also spread nationwide and provides access to finance for commercial farms and business. I am pleased to report that $4 million out of a total of $41.5 million has already been approved for disbursement to selected beneficiaries, particularly rice and vegetable producer and processor. I am also pleased to inform you that His Excellency President Biden has recently named Liberia as one of very few African countries to be a beneficiary of the U.S. Feed the Future program, which is the U.S. government flagship global food security initiative. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware preparatory work are already ongoing for the conduct of the 2023 general and presidential elections that will be here in October this year. I am told that the Board of Commissioners of the National Election Commission has reaffirmed its decision to use biometrics technology for the registration of voters for these elections. We remain grateful for the continued support to our electoral process that we continue to receive from our international partners, including the African Union, ECOWAS, the U.S. government, and the European Union. Let me reiterate that my administration remains committed to ensuring that the express word of the Liberian people prevail, and that the process is free, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, since the end of violence conflict in 2003, followed by transitional justice processes, including the 2009 report of the Truth and Reconciliation Mission, TRC, Liberia remains on a gradual but certain path to genuine reconciliation. In this regard, my government looks forward to a future of consolidating the peace, enhancing the continuing stability, and undertaking reforms to address the culture of impunity and to foster national reconciliation and social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, as President, I have continued to preach about virtues of peace from this high platform. As an extension of my well-known career in peace advocacy, which began long before I ascended to this office. This was recognized many years ago by the international community when I was appointed as a peace ambassador of the United Nations. A further manifestation of my passion for peace was when I was invited by my predecessor, former President Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, to serve in her government as her peace ambassador, even while I was in opposition. I preach peace because I realized a long time ago that there is and can never be any victor in a civil war. When brothers kill sisters and sisters kill brothers, when parents kill children and children kill parents, when friends kill each other and citizens with a common patrimony turn violently on each other, no one wins. Instead, everyone loses. Either directly or indirectly, there is not one single Liberian family that did not lose a relative or friend to this terrible fratricide war. that was both senseless and brutally uncivil, almost demonic. To ensure that we never return to those dark days, we must give peace a chance. To create a space in which we can begin the dialogue that will resolve our differences, we must hold a conversation to discuss how we can maintain our peace in a sustainable manner so as to be able to develop our country. I have observed that it is mostly young people who are the ones that are used to agitate. These young people have had little or no experience of war. We have now enjoyed 20 years of unbroken peace, and it can readily be seen that young people who are coming off voting age for the first time since turning 18 years old have had no experience of war. They are quickly and easily manipulated to do harm and instill violence. We need to guide our young people and inspire them to reject violence and conflict as a means to express their grievances and dissatisfaction. When the Rest riot took place in 1980, I was only 13 years old. That was the first time that I had ever seen violence and destruction on such a massive scale. As a young man, I was confused and perplexed. That experience left an indelible impression on me about horrors of civil unrest that can lead to violence and the lasting distaste for violence that is unleashed for political reasons. The thought occurred to me at that time that there was no political leader among the hundreds of young people who have been killed during the Rest riot. I repeat, the thought occurred to me the time that there was no political leader among the hundreds of young people who have been killed during the Rest riot. The moral lesson for all of us who were around during these civil wars and domestic riots is that we should never allow our young people to be contaminated by everyday politics. No political leader should ever put the life of a single young person at risk in order to assume political office. There is a song written by Marshall and Creed called The Greatest Love of All, which was made famous by George Benson and Whitney Houston many years ago. And I want to share the voice of this song with you because I believe it's relevant to our situation in Liberia and perfectly express my feelings about political violence. And the song said, I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children laughter remind us how we used to be. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that experience is the best teacher. But I vigorously disagree with this. While experience has certain undeniable merits, to repeat an experience, learn from it, especially if it is not a positive one. Rather, one should revert to history for one education, because, as it's often said, those who know the lesson that history teaches us about our past mistakes are bound to repeat them. Without peace, our war will be difficult. With peace, we can find the collective wisdom and consensus to become the best that we can be as a nation and as a people. Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pro tempore, and members of the 54th Legislature, I am now going to speak directly to the Liberian people. Thank you. My fellow Liberians, in spite of the negative forecast, when we first took on the mantle of leadership of this nation in 2018, we have accomplished quite a lot against all the odds. The naysayers and the prophets of dooms are perplexed by the progress that we have made. Those who have eyes to see will bear me witness to how we have toiled in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate that was given to us by the overwhelming majority of the Liberian people. Together, over the past 5 years, we have fought a good fight. Collectively, we have undeniably managed to preserve the peace of the nation, which has become the ultimate goal of all our national undertaking. And for this, the government alone cannot take the credit. All Liberians have played a pivotal role in this success story. In various ways, no matter how large or small, in spite of the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the downturn in the world's economy, Liberia continues to make giant strides in the attainment of our major development objective. We have endeavored to mitigate the external shocks that have come our way, and in doing so, we have remained resilient as a united people. I want to assure you that because you have shown me unprecedented love, I will not fail you. This tenor of care and carefulness will continue under my watch. I will always work diligently, assiduously, and passionately to justify the confidence that has been imposed in me by you. The deadly COVID-19 pandemic may have delayed, but did not derail our development agenda. During the next 5 months leading up to October this year, we will continue to accelerate, continue to build on our momentum, and continue to deliver. My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly. My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly to ask you to renew for a second time the mandate Thank you. 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 My fellow citizens, I will be coming to you shortly to ask you to renew for a second time the mandate that you gave me 6 years ago. A mandate to continue the good work we have delivered. A mandate for continuity and stability. A mandate for transformation. A mandate for development and growth. A mandate for consolidation. A mandate to secure peace. A peace that we, with your help, have perfectly preserved. The second mandate, the second mandate will enable us to consolidate the gains we have made in these last few years and ramp up the trajectory of growth, development, and prosperity for Liberia. Regardless of your political affiliation, your religious belief, or your ethnic origins, I ask you to join us as we together wrestle back the years lost to civil conflict and war, and restore our country to its rightful place in the community of nations, to a higher place of peace and prosperity for all. We can do this, and we must all do it together. We will be coming to meet you in your towns, in your villages, in your district, in your clans, in your cities, so together we can build a strong partnership for Liberia's progress. But as you can see, thank you. Thank you. But as you can see from all that has been said today, we have done our part in delivering on most of the promises we made to you, while preserving the nation peace and nurturing its democratic values. We are on an irreversible trajectory of sustainable growth that will necessarily and inevitably lead us to progress as a nation and prosperity as a people. When we came before you to ask you for our first mandate, we promised to bring you change for hope. Now, after going with you on a journey thus far, you have seen a change. Now, want to assure you that this is the change that you can count on. The challenge and legacy that I would like to leave for the younger generation is that should not just feel leadership, but that you should also claim it. Young people should not feel leadership, they should claim it. I encourage and admonish you too. Young people, seize the day, seize the moment, seize the opportunity. This is your time. This is our time. And also, my fellow citizens, as we stand here today, let me assure you that the state of our nation is strong. The state of our nation is stable. The state of our nation is vibrant. The state of our nation is useful. The state of our nation is peaceful and secure. We intend to keep it this way. And so, as we go to the polls in October this year, let us uphold and maintain our hard-won democracy. Let us conduct ourselves in a lawful and orderly way, so that the voices of the people will be heard and the word of the Liberian people will prevail. Because, as is often said, the voice of the people is the voice of God. My fellow Liberians, our partners and friends in the mortal walls of our beloved national anthem, with God above our right to prove, we will over all prove.
You listen to the president of Liberia. They were speaking for over 3 hours and 22 minutes here as he addressed the country on his developmental workings and of course those works he have done and those he thinking of doing for the Liberian people. And he ended up by saying he will come again to ask the Liberian people for another six years. So we want to say welcome again. If you're just joining us, I think we will. Well, I think I don't know what's happening out there. Glitman and White Ball will be right there, and we'll also be joining our diaspora team to give a clear analysis on the speech of the president. But just to run you through, in summary, with what was said here by the president, beginning from the top of his speech, he spoke about we'll talk about firstly the legislative work, talk about 200 acts of bill from 2018 to 2023. He was very focused on the legislation that has to do with the Land Right Acts and the Local Government Acts. That was his key focus on the legislative workings, the legislative act so far. He spoke about women participation in the legislative proceeding of the country. That is also under the legislative act, and he talked about 100.
Our technical team. My name is Glemen. I'm back. So you listened to the president's message not too long. He had just ended his final address to the nation.
And so he talked about the 114 and 93 executive order in 2023, and he 115 reductions carried on rice. And in economics, he also spoke about the inflation of currency, I mean the rate of the exchange rate in the country. He talked about in 2019 government stopped taking money from the Central Bank of Liberia. That is on economics. We talk about strengthening the fight against corruption.
The supporters
We
of
are
the
then very
president right
focused
here
on the issue
to
of
understand
corruption
or to ask
in
them
the country. We
as
talk
to
about
whether they
reduction
understood some of the messages or some of the
inflation
things
from
that were
30%
said by this president.
to 7% in his regime, and the increment and lots of other things. We talk about education, we talk about health, we talk about security, and in our discussion we'll also be talking about that. We look at the budget so far placed before the House for concurrence. We talk about citizenship, we talk about road, electricity plans, we talk about the solar power plants. So far there, during this section, there was some little interaction with Seditians and Honorable Yeke Kolba raising of battle cry. And so our guys is outside there, Gleman Toure is there, the rest of the other guys. We are going to join them shortly, and later on we'll be giving a clear analysis on the speech of the president, and that will be a joint team here, the guys from the diaspora and of course the guys from main studio here in Liberia. We are very, very glad to be here and to have this peaceful State of the Nation addressed. This is the sixth and final State of the Nation address of the President of Liberia. And Honorable Yeke Kolba was a bit angry with the way Seditians started raising battle cry in the chambers of the House, the joint chamber of the House of Representatives. And so we are still here. Like you see, they are now trying to make their way for refreshment. Lawmakers are also here. The judicial branch of government, the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice is here. Like I told you, ministers and directors are here to grace the occasion. It has been a very, very historical and colorful event. Outside is very colorful. What you see political party heads came to grace the occasion. Senator Darius Dillon was also here. Though he's from the opposition bloc, Representative Yeke Kolba were also here. In his own, his feeling is that the joint chambers is now where seditionists should come and raise battle cry. And so he was trying to do it. He was trying to do just what they were doing, and then he later on forgot it. So then let's join Gleman Toure and the rest of the other team out there to know exactly what's unfolding there.
this is the actual sketch of the Liberian legislature or the cabinet meeting. As you see, onlookers and supporters from the ruling establishment as well as Liberians and opposition politicians. They are all here today and they have come to praise the occasion by giving the president 6 annual message, and this mark the last and final message of this president's first term. As of now, he will be retained and will be the decision from the Liberian people on October 10th of this year. And this is game 2, and this is our sketch. This is the outskirts of the Liberian cabinet meeting, and it's a beautiful thing to be here and viewing Liberians for us, patrons of the divine. So those people view Liberians, we'll speak with them as to whether they understood the message from the president and the exact part of the message that really caught their attention, and also to speak with Liberians, whatever actors from the opposition camp, the ruling position camp, and some from the independent minds. But let's see as well. We speak with this Madam, welcome to SKM TV.
My name is Mami Gofa.
Okay, Mami Gofa, how are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, are you a partisan of the CDC?
I am a Liberian.
A Liberian?
Yes.
You have come to praise him?
Yes.
That's good. So you listen to the president. What actually you got from all of the things he outlined?
Yeah, the president, all the things he outlined, I got from development. The meeting was the development. I'm really impressed from the development. There's so many development going on, and for me, in my own heart, I want the president to continue to work, and we'll give him the second time.
Wow. So you're convinced that the president will win a second time?
Yes, I'm convinced.
That's good so much. Well, you talk about the development. What specifically in the development that you catalog?
I'm looking at the Wi-Fi. I'm also looking at the hospital, the military hospital. I'm always looking at the road consistency.
That's great. So
District 11.
District 11.
Yeah, Banaville.
Okay, that's good. Thanks so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Can we speak to you small, Chief? Okay, welcome to KMTV. Oh, okay. He's we gotta keep it identity. He's a security officer. Okay, can we talk to some of you? Can we talk to you? Okay, that's great. Okay, we from KMTV. Welcome to our microphone. Okay, that's great. Can you call your name to us? People from around the world are now following us on KMTV so that they know you for identity.
Yeah, my name is Vivian O. Matthews. I live this 8. I was invited by my lord.
That's great.
Yes.
Okay. That's great. So being here today, what did you capture that you carry back?
I feel fun. I was happy. Though we had some negative impact, but despite, we have to make the sacrifice for our country to listen to our president's speech for the year. So I'm happy.
So what was the negative impact that you captured?
We were here, they brought the food, some of us didn't eat, they waste the food from 8 o'clock this morning till now. But we still
so that was the negative part of the stay here.
That was the negative
food
part.
was wasted,
yes.
the food,
yes.
you didn't eat. Okay, in terms of the president's message, in terms of the message of the president, what really carrying back home with your family? To tell you that this president said this and he said that. What will you carry back home?
Yes, I was impressed. He said a lot of things. That I couldn't really say.
Constitution of the Republic of Liberia.
One of the things that happened for him.
Honor Chapter 6, Article 58, thereby presenting the legislative program for the 6th and last session of the 54th legislature. I, Senator Councilor Joseph Kolako Bato Jala, if I can get a second,
We're not entertaining a second.
That the joint session of the 54th legislature be adjourned. So moved.
So Honorable Roland is recognized for Nolan. Honorable Isaac B. Roland.
Mr. Speaker, presiding,
Vice President, Her Excellency Madam Joy Howard Taylor, distinguished colleagues, I, Honorable Reverend Dr. Isaac Blue Rowland, representative from Maryland, District Number 3, do hereby second the motion.
The president was mixing the message with colloquia so that my grandmother in Bapa will understand what the message is. So this message will go well.
You said to our ministry that over the years struggle when it comes to the price of basic commodities in the country. And today the president addressed the nation. What are you taking back to your ministry in terms of price stabilization?
Well, I tell you this, I think you want to introduce a new topic because the topic of price control is not the function of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in light of the market-based economy we run. In a free market system, you don't regulate prices, you don't fix prices. You allow the laws of supply and demand to control prices until there is an equilibrium. But there are certain basic commodities under the WTO that we negotiated so that the government can regulate, such as rice, such as steel, such as cement, etc., etc. So the message we're taking back is that we've done well, but we know that we can even do better. So we're going back with renewed hope, renewed aspiration.
Challenges?
There will always be challenges. There have always been challenges, and we will be able to always. We've always come to the legislature and we made a case.
What are some of the challenges?
For more manpower, we need more inspectorate people in the inspectorate division. The inspectorate division is actually the first soldier for this country that is keeping you safe. It's keeping you sound and well because we go after contaminated products, contaminated food from the shelves of supermarkets and all the way into Bogonjira and wherever people may carry rotten chicken feet. Our job in the inspectorate division is to have more manpower to go into the hinterlands, the byways and the highways to ensure that unscrupulous business people are not carrying hazardous goods.
Many have said that
to the people
today's
there.
message marked the last and final message of the president. Are you optimistic that the president will return?
It's the last message for this administration. Listen, if you follow the message, there was a part of the message when the president hit 3 hours, he got a new energy. Did you realize that? That new energy was the new dawn of the first message of the first year in his new administration. So this is the last message of the first term, but within it was embedded a new